It's called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference moderated by me, William Isla Jr. from the DHHL office, Hale Pono'i, 9154-20 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Monday, June 21st. The time is 9:39 a.m. Pursuant to the governor's 21st proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes, Chapter 92, regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through August 8th, 2021, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you please call a roll?
Commissioner Awo,
Here.
Commissioner Helm,
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu is excused, Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Nevis will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Turia,
Here.
Chair Isla.
Present.
7 members present, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Leah. Items H1, C3, and C4 were recently uploaded over the weekend. You should have them. The CIP budget details were emailed this morning. Item C3 will be taken up later in the agenda, likely after lunch. And the commission will convene in an executive session for approximately 30 minutes at noon. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. We'll take up the draft minutes for the May 17th and 18th, 2021 meeting. Are there any suggested amendments, commission members?
So move.
Motion to approve?
So
Second?
move.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. There were 5 public testimonies received by Friday. They were uploaded to the Dropbox. I reviewed them and all of them have been forwarded to staff. And so staff will be reviewing them and taking appropriate action, and if necessary, bring action to the commission relative to the 5 public testimonies. Any questions on the public testimonies? Or any comments before we move on?
Chair.
Chair.
Yes, Zach?
Oh, yeah, Chair. When will the agenda be brought up?
The J agenda is scheduled
What time?
after a few decision-making items, so.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zach. Any other? Brent?
Chair, I have not yet had an opportunity to review the public testimony, and for that reason, I have no comment.
Okay, if and when you do, please feel free to contact me.
Okay, thank you.
Staff is taking first pass at those. Patty?
You know, I didn't get a chance to review them either. And I'll be very honest, there was a lot of emails and a lot of documents that came in late and everything. Really, I didn't have time to print a lot of them and to go through them. So, you know, I have concerns when the documents don't come in a timely fashion because I just don't have the chance to look over them. And if there was any changes, and so it is a concern when we have a whole bunch of important documents, revised budget, and all of these documents that come late. So I'm hoping that there's a better system to receive these documents to give us enough time to go through them because it's like a Bible going through the whole weekend, you know. It's a lot for me. And I just need to be upfront and, you know, honest to this. It is a lot of printing, it's a lot of going through. you know, and I just have concerns that I just didn't really get to digest a lot of the documents and was kind of getting confused of the different emails came in, revision this, Dropbox this, there was new things. So um, I just wanted to express that openly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate, and the staff tries its very hardest to get as much done as early as possible. On the budget, you know, we just got the budget from the legislature. The governor has the ability to veto, line item veto. So the information comes in at a very late juncture for us. Then we have to do the analysis and then have to put together a draft budget. So I just want you to know that Rodney and Joby and Tyler are, you know, they're trying to accomplish our providing the information to you as quickly as possible. So
Yeah,
we will
and
continue to.
I understand that. I appreciate that comment, you know, but I received the budget at 9:24, between that time, and I didn't get a chance to look at it, but it is just a concern that we can work together to get it efficiently on time. And I know if you can't get it on time, then you should maybe reduce your agenda because it's a heavy agenda with a lot of documents. So all I'm asking is to make a win-win, you know, and that we have time as commissioners to really digest, not just go through and rubber stamp it and approve it. I want to get through the agenda appropriately and be able to understand what I'm going through. But with that comment, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate that. And that's one of the reasons that the staff puts together a budget briefing like the one that we held on Friday to show you as much information, up-to-date information as we can. Take the questions and then try to come back to the commission with their concerns. So thank you, Patty. I'm sure the other commissioners are thinking the same thing. And again, we will try our best to get as much to you as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
William?
Yes, Randy?
Yes, so I would like to add to what Patty is saying. So this has been a very busy weekend for me. So I'm coming out of a busy weekend, not having had much time to get caught up on what was submitted to me over the weekend, which is when I try to do it typically. But I do want to echo the concerns raised by Commissioner Teruya, starting with the budget. That Friday informational brief for me was very confusing. And look, I'll admit, even on a good day, some agenda items are confusing for me. But when you bring in something as consequential as the budget, you know, for starters, we should have had that information provided to us in advance so we could review it. But to expect the commission to get it the day of and then go through that explanation without really having the opportunity to use it as a reference, as a guide, recognizing the challenges of the department. At the end of the day, I'm just going to say, I don't appreciate when we're subjected to that kind of 11th hour deliberation. And so the weekend comes, and now here we are again, today, Monday, and we get another 11th hour submittal to look at. I do fear, why I find this so troubling, William, is it places the commissioners between a rock and a hard place, because we have a budget that has to be looked at before July 1st. And I think what I'm seeing, and this is coming out of a cloud of confusion, I think what I'm seeing is this is a supplemental request. And I think it touches purposes 1 and 4. And for me, in my level of confusion, I'm more inclined to support purpose 1, which is development, because that presentation was relatively clear, and it does have a direct impact on our beneficiaries. If I'm understanding this request properly, level item 4 or category 4, which is administration and operations, it appears that's where the bulk of the money may be going. And so that one I have more trouble with because that presentation was less clear to me. And understanding the challenges of the department, I'm just going to say sometimes I feel like this 11th hour notification, it feels intentional at times because what choice do we have if we don't approve the budget? What are the consequences for that? Or do we have an option to amend supporting portions of it and having a deeper discussion on those categories that really require more time before July 1st? So anyway, that's where I'm at. I just thought I would put it out there. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that, Randy. How I would answer you is that as far as purpose 4, and you can verify it with Rodney when he presents, we're really only talking about an addition of about $4 million for the operating costs. The majority of the amounts that are part of the budget are the CIP or the purpose 1. So if you felt that they were sort of mixed up in terms of the presentation, I just want to assure you that operating is really much smaller amount than it is the CIP. And then you can ask questions for clarification. We don't need to vote today. We can have more discussion and the vote can be taken tomorrow. This past legislative session was one that was unprecedented in terms of the legislature impacting our budget, in particular the operations section. So, and we did not get that till much later. We are still reviewing the record to see what kind of provisos are in there. So this short turnaround time, I assure you, is not one of our making. It's one that we have to scramble to meet to provide you with as much information as possible. And we try to do it as quickly as possible, understanding that there's still more information coming in. If there are any large items that you feel need to be amended, we can do that after approval. The danger to not approving the budget is, of course, the lights go off on certain things. And we certainly don't want to do that because oftentimes the lights go off in our community centers and in places like that. So I would urge you, if there's an issue with a line item, let's take a look at it and we can always amend it afterwards, but not stop the process.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that explanation. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you, Randy. I do want to highlight that staff has been working, weekends and long after hours and trying to get this information to you as quickly as possible, given the short turnaround. So it's not intentional, Randy. I can assure you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I had another question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Patty.
Before approval of the agenda. So the agenda, I noticed we have 2 days of commission meetings and meetings that we meet. On the first agenda on Monday, is some of the agenda items like F2, F1, F2, and you have your workshop. Is this agenda items, do they have a time limit that it has to go on the agenda and be heard by the commission? Most of your
Yes.
items?
The answer is yes.
All of these items that are all time limits then?
Many of the D items are yes. The F items, certainly the budget. We could decision make tomorrow if there needs to be more time for discussion. So I'm glad you mentioned earlier that it looks like a heavy agenda. This is actually a light agenda because we wanted to have time to discuss the budget if there were additional questions.
Okay. And the other one on C2, C4, is this agenda items just workshops or workshop mean action items?
C2, excuse me, C1, C3,
C2.
we need
C2.
decisions on. C2 and C4 are workshops, but they will eventually lead to decision-making later. They can be moved back to tomorrow if need be.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking, Patty.
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll proceed to the consent agenda. Are there any items that any commissioner wants to ask questions on, or perhaps move them out of the consent agenda? And I will ask Juan to read the submittal.
Yeah, aloha commissioners, peace and blessings to you. For you fathers, belated happy Father's Day. Hope you enjoyed your time with your ohana yesterday. For the record, this is Juan Garcia with the Homestead Services Division. I'm the administrator. Today we have 12 various items for your consideration and approval. Again, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Are there any questions for Juan? Okay, if not, I have a motion to consider the agenda item.
So move.
Who second? Sorry.
Second,
Okay.
Mike.
Okay, Mike. Any further questions or discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay, we will move to.
Aloha
agenda-
commissioners, I see you later this afternoon or later this morning.
Okay, C1 is the award section with Paula Ayla.
Aloha Commissioners, Paula Aila, Acting Administrator, Contact and Awards Division, seeking approval for agricultural lot lease, 99 years on Molokai, Ho'olehua Molokai.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So move.
Sorry, the connection wasn't that good. Who seconded? Patty, thank you. Questions for Paula? Yeah, I can see you saving the questions for the budget. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Paula, and thank you,
Mahalo.
Michelle. Okay, item C3, we're going to move to after lunch, which means that we're gonna bring Juan and Dean back up. So item D4 is the next item.
Good morning, commissioners. C4, as you may recall, Dean, the loan services manager, provided D4. Yeah, D4 is the loan modification to approve a loan modification product to assist borrowers due to financial hardship. And this product will be used by the loan services branch for department service loans in preventing possible lease cancellation due to loan issues. If there's any question, loan services manager Dean is here to answer any questions that you may have this morning.
And before Dean proceeds, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Need a second?
second, Russell.
Thank you, Russell. Questions? This was a decision-making item based on the workshop that was held last month. Any questions? No? Okay. That means you did a good job. Dean.
Yeah, awesome, Dean.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? See none, the motion carries.
Thank you. You guys the best.
Thanks, Dean.
Agenda item D12.
D12 is to approve the surrender of Department of Hawaiian Homelands lease number 9437, located in the village of Laiapua.
You have a Motion to recommend, to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Thank you, Mike.
Second.
Zachary, second. Any questions on this surrender? It's pretty straightforward.
Can you explain that surrender?
Thank you, Commissioner. Surrender is a voluntary action requested by the lessee. In this particular case, the lessee has moved to the mainland because of financial hardships. Again, as we know, there are situations where not only beneficiaries of the department, but individuals outside of the department that feels that the living conditions on or here in Hawaii is too hard or too difficult financially. So likewise, in this particular case, the lessee has decided to relocate to the mainland. And after several attempts to sell the property, having been unable to do so, has requested to surrender the property and make it available for another beneficiary on the department's wait list.
So when they surrender it back to the department, do they get funding from do they get funds back from the department?
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner. The department, pursuant to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and the administrative rules, the department is required to appraise the improvements on the property. That appraisal value, less any outstanding debts that is still attached to the lease, will be deducted from that appraisal value, and the net proceeds will be paid out to the lessee.
Thank you very much. Thank
You're welcome.
Russell, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just had a question. In this situation, cancellation or surrender, going to when it comes back to the department, we automatically go back to the next person highest on the list, or does the person surrendering have the opportunity to bring somebody to the table for a transfer?
No, the surrender request automatically gives the department the authority to make that property. Once approved by the commission, we will go to the wait list for a qualified beneficiary to accept the lease.
And then that process, just briefly explain that to me. You just start with the list. You start with whoever's in first position and you reach out to them and say, we have a parcel available, and you work down the list that way to qualify them?
Yeah, that's correct. We will work with the number one on the position of the wait list. But Paula is here. There are also situations where there may be relocatees that may be interested in that property.
Thank you, Juan. Just to clarify, this is located in Kaneohale. There is an undivided interest list, so we would go to them first. There are others on the relo list as well, one stated, and then the wait list. That's the process.
And what is the relocation list? That's where someone has.
A relocation list are individuals that over the years have been approved by the commission for relocation to another area and or island, depending on the circumstance of that individual.
Yeah, I see we have one on the agenda for this meeting. I saw. I think I was reading in the public testimony that we had one person who was asking for relocation. But from my understanding, that person, when we relocate, jumping the list is a bad, but for lack of a better way of putting it, that allows them to jump that list and get to the beginning of that list, or?
The relocation, are you asking specifically about the relocation list, Commissioner?
Yes, and if that process, if I have a homestead and it's not working out for me for whatever reason, and I seek to be relocated, I can identify another community and jump to the front of that list in that process?
relocation process is something that works through HSD. The list that awards has is a list of about, I believe it's 17 individuals that have been approved for one reason or another. It could be, for example, Moku'u was due to the UXO lava flow at the time. Other individuals, perhaps because they didn't have water coming down to their area. So it's a variety of circumstances. But we go through that specific list based on when it was approved by date of the commission.
Talk about the UIs.
So, Chair, I don't want to run this out, but can I ask for a future workshop on that process, the relocation, and how that works to
Yes.
move the money from their community to basically the front of another community's list?
Yes, yes,
okay.
I mean, it will have to include the explanation about the undivided interest still being, they're lessees, so they get to transfer before people on the wait list, the relocation list, and then I guess the little twists and turns in the process. It is a commission approved process, so we will bring that up.
Okay.
This individual actually had two opportunities to try to sell or transfer, and both times they fell through. So it is a lessee's right to surrender their lease. So the motion before us.
I wasn't asking specifically about this situation, but then I had sent you an email. I had gone with Kahana to Waihole within the last year. And there were some questions from beneficiaries there about how folks through a settlement got put on lots in Waihole. And I don't know how to answer the question, but this is part of that inquiry to figure out, there was a settlement of some sort. These folks, I think, were in Waianae, and then we, as part of the settlement, we gave them lots in Waihole, which is.
So
yeah.
the 1 minute answer to your question is we were given land in Waihole. There were lessees who were awarded accelerated awards in Pahe'ehe'e Ridge, and they were allowed to relocate to Waihole. I think the email that is driving this question is there are folks on the wait list who are interested in Waihole, interested in the department requesting and receiving additional lots from HHFDC. And there's a long history of other HHFDC lessees opposing the department receiving any additional awards in Waihole. So I can ask Juan to provide you that history. I think we've done it at least once in the last 2 years before the commission.
Okay, and then the more generic workshop on the process in general.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Pertaining to this surrender, we already have a motion. So unless there's any other questions, all those in favor of accepting the surrender, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We're on to D14.
D14 is to approve the cancellation of lease number 11472, lot number 55 in Leali'i. As they're, again, pursuant to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, as there is no qualified successor to the lease interest.
Okay. We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So move.
Waiting for a second.
Second, Russell.
Thank you, Russell. Are there any questions? Again, this would go back into the inventory and the department would go through the process of seeking the next person either on the wait list or on an undivided interest or on a relocation.
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, Zach.
Yes, thank you, Juan, and also Paula. On the previous D12 and now D14, how long does it take to fill that particular lease? Does it, does it take within a year or less than a year? How long does it
Well,
take to
yeah,
fill the-
there's variables, but I think to answer your question, I'll ask Paula to um, provide you with a response. Once the property is cleared of the occupants and appraisal is received, the property will ultimately be provided to our contact and awards division for re-award. And it's a matter of Paula putting that on her award schedule. So I think, go ahead, Paula, and
Thank you,
provide more
Juan.
clarity.
Commissioner Helm, thank you for the question. In this particular offer, it would go to the undivided interest list in La'iopua, which we have almost 200. So the interest for that area has been,
This is Leah.
Leali'i, Maui, excuse me. Leali'i, that would go to the Waiahuli undivided interest list. Again, that's about 200 because a submittal was approved in the mid 2000s for them to get primary selection before the wait list. So they would go first. Leali'i, I believe, is a few years out. So this one is a relocation back.
So this is a
cancellation?
cancel 'cause there's no-
Cancellation. So this one will probably, we can offer in the next year. It would probably go pretty quickly because we have a lot of interested families on the island of Maui, in particular on the Waiahuli list, undivided interest list.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
You're
Paula.
welcome.
And Juan.
Any other questions?
What question are we on? F2?
We're on D14.
I mean, D14.
Yes.
So what was the explanation on cancellation of the lease for this Hardin property?
Yeah. Commissioner, the lessee passed away without designating a successor pursuant to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and the rules. The department was mandated to publish a notice calling all qualified relatives to submit a successorship claim, and no successor submitted a claim. Therefore, the lease is canceled. And that's why we're here before you.
Thank you for being before me. So how long do we give the family? How long is your public notice out before we can?
The public notice after the first publication date, the publication period for claimants to submit their claims is 120 days from the first publication date. So in this particular case, the first publication date was December 2nd. 120 days following that date, the publication period ended, and anyone coming after the 120th days is barred from submitting any claims. As I noted earlier, in this particular case, the department did not receive any claims.
Okay, thank you very much, Juan.
So
You're welcome.
this is a classic example of why
Yeah,
a structure could be assumed to be unassigned, but in fact, we have to go through the legal process in order to facilitate the cancellation and then the reissuance.
I see. And why do we go through this? I mean, don't beneficiaries check their successors on and their lease? Because we've come across.
Yeah, we highly recommend to each of the lessees that they designate a successor. But again, it's their decision to make. In this particular case, the lessee failed to designate such a successor. So again, without a successor to the lease, we did publish as mandated by the act and the rule, that publication calling all qualified relatives pursuant to Section 209 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to proceed with submitting a claim before the 120-day period.
Juan, this might be an off-the-wall question. Do you see there's more older people that get into this kind of cancellation of lease because they failed to have a successor?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. I think it's across the board. It's it's lessees wanting to name all 10 kids or none of them. I think it's up to each individual. But we do highly recommend that the lessees do so upon award as well as transfers. We try to provide the cons of not designating a successor. But ultimately, it's the beneficiary's decision to name or not to name an individual.
Oh, thank you. And thank you. And you went through the process. So thank you for
Yeah.
that. Yes.
Yeah, and in this case, the lessee could have designated, there's a qualified spouse who would have qualified to receive the net proceeds. But again, the lessee, for whatever reason, elected not to.
Oh, thank you very much.
But if the estate is probated, then
It'll go to this.
it will go to the estate of the descendant, which
Oh.
would likely end up in the hands of the non-qualifying
Yeah.
spouse. Okay,
Thank you.
Russell and then Randy.
So Chair, I'm looking at the motion and it's in three parts. So one was the cancellation, which you've explained. Number two was this appraisal and paying back the value of the improvements less the outstanding amount. How often is that the case where there's more value in a canceled, you have a canceled lease, you have more value in the improvement, the outstanding?
We're hopeful that that happens most of the time, but unfortunately, there are situations where the value is less than what is owed. Those are the times that the department, in most cases, would write off that amount.
And then the last part, item 3, is a reimbursement payment of credit balance for lease rent paid.
Yeah, that's mostly an internal requirement. In order for us to do that, it's a fiscal requirement that the commission approve that action to reimburse any credits under the lease rent account. It's an internal process that the fiscal office has requested Homestead Services Division to acquire the commission's approval to have that amount reimbursed.
So it's internal booking. This is not a lease to own kind of project or anything like that.
No, it's not. It's an internal process, just again, giving fiscal the assurance that that action for reimbursement was in fact approved by the commission or by this body.
So Russell, sometimes people will pay at the time of the issuance of the lease $99 to cover the lease period, the dollar
Right.
per year. So if there's a credit, then that has
You
to
gotta
be.
clear that off the books, basically. Yeah.
That's correct.
And then, so my last question, if in this situation where you've given someone every opportunity to designate a successor, you went out and public notice and nobody showed up, is there ever been consideration just to have the equity or the value that's left over and revert to the department as rather than going through?
So that would be nice, Commissioner, but I think, again, it's clear in the act and the rules that any net proceeds would be paid out to the former lessee, the representative, or the estate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Randy?
So, I'm somewhat familiar with this situation, and as I understand it, the lessee did not name a successor, and so therefore there's no qualified applicants within the family. But my question earlier was, similar to Zach's, how long will it take to get somebody assigned to the property? But I think I heard Paula say it goes to the Waiahuli undivided interest list. Did I hear that correctly?
That was correct.
Okay. Okay, so that answers my question. I just had a question about that. Thank you.
Mahalo, Randy. Any other questions? Patty? Yeah, go ahead, but you're on mute. Patty, you're on mute.
Take me off mute. Okay, one last one. So it says on this page, Kanoi's father, John Hardin, is currently occupying residence. He's a personal representative and beneficiary of her estate. So she is not qualified for her homestead. He's willing to vacate as soon as the department completes the process.
Yeah, again, the act and the rules require a spouse to have no less than 25% Hawaiian
Oh.
blood quantum.
Okay,
In this particular case, Mr. Hardin is less than 25%, so
Okay.
he's therefore not qualified to receive the lease.
okay, then I can understand that. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. The department tries very hard to try to keep
Yeah.
it in the family if it complies with, the act and the rules.
Mhm, mhm.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone,
I,
anyone, anyone oppose? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries.
Aloha, commissioners. Enjoy the rest of the day. Aloha.
Thank you.
aloha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is F1. Kahana?
Aloha and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division.
Aloha.
Management has two agenda items. Agenda item number F1. We're seeking the approval of issuance of a right of entry permit to Aha Punana Leo out in Waimea on the island of Hawaii, TMK, as shown on the submittal.
Do you have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So move.
Second, Russell.
Thank you, Russell. You want to?
Yep. Again, the reason for the right of entry, the request for the right of entry, this actual site is currently used by Aha Punana Leo. They're under a license agreement, number 488, as you can see in the attachments that I have attached to the submittal. Unfortunately, license 488 exhausted its extension periods. So in lieu of issuing a new license, we'd have to go through community consultation before we issue a longer term license again. You can see some of the terms that we have there under the license on page 2. And the annual fee they pay, $10,800. And again, it's a Hawaiian immersion preschool. I have Talia Bailey, who is available online also. She is the CEO if anybody has questions about the immersion program. But again, this issuance is a right of entry until such time we can get a community benefit consultation within the Waimea community, get the input from the community before issuance of a license again to Aha Punana Leo for the use of the lands to use it as their Hawaiian immersion preschool program.
I have a question,
question?
Kahana.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Hi, thank you. Aloha, Kahana.
Aloha.
My question is, I know you have two ROEs for
Yep.
our presentation today. Were they both, did they both have beneficiary consultation was conducted?
The answer is these are temporary dispositions. So as temporary dispositions, the requirement for beneficiary consultation is not required. We will be going out when they go to a longer disposition or go back to a longer disposition. I think.
Correct.
License.
Correct.
Right. So the longer term license, that's when we'll go out to the beneficiary consultation.
Okay, so Kahana, all temporary land deposition does not require consultation. Did I hear that correct?
Correct. right of entries do not require beneficiary consultations. Anything longer than a 5-year period would typically require a longer term, a beneficiary consultation.
So I've asked Andrew to come up to the table because he's more or less the expert in beneficiary consultation.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello, commissioners. Beneficiary consultation, according to the beneficiary consultation policy adopted by the commission, is required under 4 circumstances. One is the adoption of a DHL plan. The second is the adoption of a statewide policy. The third is a land use amendment to one of the DHL island plans. And the last one is for a long-term disposition of Hawaiian homelands. I believe the Land Management Division is seeking temporary approval of a right of entry until such time that the department can conduct a beneficiary consultation on the approval of a longer-term disposition.
What is the short term on this? Is it 10 years?
No, the short term is until we can get the beneficiary consultation to be conducted, which we're hoping by August, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. So does that come back to the commission now?
Correct. It'll come back to the commission for a license.
I see. Okay, thank you. I just thank you for the clarification, Kahana and
Yep.
Andrew. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions?
I have a question, Chair.
Okay, Randy and then Russell.
So, Kahana, had the license not expired and it was renewed within a timely fashion, a beneficiary consultation would not have been necessary?
Correct. However, the license that we had, license number 48, it was for a 10-year term with one 10-year extension. So that's what we exhausted. We exhausted that one 10-year extension, which covered, I think, 2011 to 2021. We cannot extend any more extensions or grant any more extensions because the license had, we had exhausted all of that extensions or that
Oh,
one
I see.
extension. Yeah,
Okay, I see. Thank
Yeah.
you.
correct. Thank
Okay.
you.
Russell?
Yeah, Kana, I had the same question, but the last meeting we talked about the industrial lease in Hilo for
Yep, yeah. The extension, the General Lease 102.
and that one was an extension after their stated term plus stated
Correct.
term of had expired, right?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
we went through beneficiary consultation for that extension.
No, we didn't because the statute allows us to extend. Yeah, but we didn't go through beneficiary consultation.
To answer Commissioner Awo's question, had in a timely manner, had somebody requested that although their term was and the stated extension was soon to expire, they wanted to come in and talk to us about extending the term of their lease pursuant to that statute, we would have considered it, right? At that time.
Yeah, we could have considered it.
So my question was, as under the ROE, or under the licenses, do we have like a calendar system or a tickler that reminds us, hey, this one is coming up for, it's going to expire unless we do something? Because it sounds like this is one where we would have wanted to have extended, right? Have we all caught it in time?
We could not have extended it though. We don't have a tickler system, unfortunately. We kind of keep track of when is, we look at the annual report or we look at the files and kind of figure out, okay, some may fall through the cracks like this one did, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Russell, there was a time, there was a time stipulation, so 10 years with a 1 year, with a 10-year extension, okay? Total of 20 years. So that's one lease disposition. What we're embarking on is another lease disposition because
Right.
that one had expired.
Yeah.
That's why the ROE is to be a temporary placeholder until such time that the beneficiary consultation occurs and a new land disposition then progresses.
I understood, but had these folks come in before May 31st and asked for an extension of their term, we couldn't give it to them?
No, because the actual term of the license only gave us 1 10-year and 1 extra option to extend for an additional 10 years.
So how did it differ from that industrial lease that I was mentioning?
Because it's different from the HRS statute. The HRS statute allows us to do that under a lease. This is a license.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, and I just want to know in your submittal,
Yep.
where it says licensee, that Aloha Beach Hotel Partners, that's just a,
Oh, my bad, yes.
yeah,
That shouldn't be there. It should be Ahapunanaleo o Waimea.
oh, I mean, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing it out.
Any other questions pertaining
Yeah.
to?
I have
Yes, go ahead.
one more last one. So your recommendation of motion, shouldn't it read that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorized the issuance of a temporary right of entry permit?
Right of entry permits are temporary, I think, Commissioner.
Okay, so it's not necessary to add the insurance of a temporary right-of-way entry permit, because like you said, they're coming back in August, right?
Right.
So this is just a temporary, right?
Yeah, it is temporary.
Okay,
ROEs generally are viewed as temporary and cannot.
It's a month-to-month type of disposition, yeah.
okay. But that's your view. I mean, does everybody know that?
Yes, I think it's common knowledge.
I don't think so. And I think when you have a motion like that is to add, it's a temporary, it's nothing wrong of adding insurance of a temporary right-of-way entry covering the subject area identified tax map P, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I believe
Not everything is
temporary right
common knowledge.
temporary right of entry permits are typically what we call limited right of entry permits, where it's 30-day. You know, you can do something within 30 days. Yeah. Right of entries again are month to month. We can cancel or we can renew annually. We can cancel within 30-day notice. So that's what we're looking at. We're just hoping to get through the beneficiary consultation, which will hopefully be done by ending of July, bring it to the commission in August, the consultation, and then the issuance or the proposed issuance of a license.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Wolf.
just some additional comment. Punanaleo is, of course, something that I believe aligns with the legacy that Kuhio has sought. But I guess this question is for, is it Talia?
Yes, Talia.
So do you have a sense of where our beneficiaries are in supporting this ongoing, continuing effort for Punanaleo? You have any idea?
On the beneficiary end, no, but I would hope that we are aligned in the same missions of our organization as well, you know, both sides of that.
Okay, I hope so too. I think it's something that's important. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yes, mahalo nui.
Thank you, Randy. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, this
Yes.
is Pauline Namuo. I just want to express my total support for Punanaleo. It is our language, and I support whatever efforts DHHL can do to help that organization. Thank you.
Mahalo, Pauline. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also support Punanaleo too. I did have a quick question for Kahana. So this right of entry is month to month, but it only comes to the commission once a year. Is that how it works?
It'll come to the commission by August, latest September, I would say. Again, like I said, we're going to do a beneficiary consultation in the Waimea region for this specific item. And hopefully we can get through that and bring the proposal for a license to Ahapunanaleo in August.
Okay, yeah, okay, I understand that part. But we have other rights of entries that are month to month. So those are the ones that usually come before the commission once a year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand the difference now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Last time, any other questions?
Yeah.
Randy?
Patty, you can go
Yeah,
first, Patty.
thank you. And it's not a question, it's a comment, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Kahana, for this presentation. I do support Punana Leo. We have Punana Leo in Oahu, and two of my mo'opunas went through the Punana Leo program, wonderful program, and their mission of helping our native Hawaiian keikis. But when, as a commissioner, we want to ask about these questions. It's not that we don't support the program, but I think as commissioners, for me, I have to ask because I didn't understand the ROE process. So thank you, Kahana, for explaining that. But, you know, for the record, I do support these programs, mainly for the vision for our keikis and to go further with their olelo. So mahalo.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Patty. Randy?
Yes, so Chair, this is related but not specific to this particular area. And I bring this up because several years ago, Punana Leo o Maui came before the commission requesting that I think it's Pulehu Nui, the development off of what used to be called Mo'olele, asking that the commission consider doing a set aside of land to support them in their desire to seek a more permanent home. And as I recall, it did not sound promising from the department's point of view based on, I can't remember specifically what that was, but this does now raise a question for me if a license agreement can in fact provide those opportunities for Punana Leo or Maui to occupy a space in a development that's coming up in the future. So that's my question.
With that being said, Commissioner Awo, thank you for the question. I know in our Pulehu Nui area, I mean, there is no development right now. In the future, when we do have the development, I mean, that opportunity may come to us again. And we have, you know, we could consider it at that point in time, but without having anything developed yet, and we wouldn't know the time frame, we just felt, I think at that time that it wasn't appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So that offers hope. And you know, I too, I'm a strong supporter of Punana Leo. 5 of my 6 mo'opuna have cycled through that program. So anyway, I support the effort. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Randy. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Okay.
Next.
Item number F2 is of the same nature. It's to Kamehameha Schools. This site is in Hilo. It's right next to our district office, and they occupy a building and a playground facility there. You can also see, let me state the action first. LMD is requesting approval to issuance of right of entry permit to KS in Keaukaha Island of Hawaii. TMK is listed there.
Okay, may I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
And again, the information there with regards to the existing expired license, 759, you can look on page 2. It expires the ending of this month. And again, same like the Punana Leo license, it was issued back in, I believe, 2000. Where does it say that? Yep. 2 5-year terms, actually. The first term was for 5 years from July 2011 to 2016. And then the second term for a 5-year extension was from 16 to 21. So it was actually a total 10-year license.
So the goal is to issue a temporary disposition so we can do the beneficiary consultation and consider a longer term license again.
Yep.
Questions? Okay, seeing no questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Not seeing anyone opposed, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Gonna ask for a 10-minute recess and then we'll come back. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
back in-person meetings. So
Mhm.
Jared, do you
Let
think
you
when
know.
that happens, are we gonna have the option, when you have in-person meetings to attend virtually? Or are you going back to the same format that you had before?
that could be an option. We haven't decided yet. I mean, this is the first that I've heard that a commissioner might be interested in attending remotely. So I'll have to check. I'll have to check with our technical folks because
Mhm.
on Oahu, it's much easier in Halepono'i. When we start
Yeah.
going to the neighbor islands, it depends on, Wi-Fi signal and
Mhm.
a whole list of other variables. So
Yeah.
to be determined, I guess, would be the best answer for that right now.
Mhm. Thank
So
you.
we are gonna take the J agenda now. So
Oh, okay.
all right, so okay, so we're gonna start with J5 because we'll be taking J5.
Princess?
Princess, yes. Are you on, Princess?
Is it J5 Kikoa?
Correct. We're just waiting for Princess Lehao Nani to Lehua Nani to click in.
Oh, but my numbering shows that as J6. I just want to make sure I got the right paper here.
Yeah, J5 is Kekoa in the morning.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Well, you guys are on it. My mistake. I stand corrected.
okay, no problem.
All
Well,
right.
she's still our princess.
I have J5 for her on mine.
Yeah.
So,
But you know who's the queen, huh? Our Hi, Kelvin. J5 Kekoa, J6 Princess. Okay.
Okay. She's in, not in? Okay, if you can hear us, you are not connected to the audio. Can't help her with that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We'll do C3. Okay. While she tries to resolve her issue, we will go to agenda item C3.
Huh? C3.
C3.
C3. Where's that?
That's an example of technical difficulties.
C3. C3. Okay.
And we are having a little technical difficulties with the Purdy's right now. So hold on. Delia, looks like she's on the screen. How far are we off on the Purdy? Stand by. Sorry? Okay, so the Purdy's are in. Let's bring them up. Okay. Yep. Thank you, Michael and Cedric, with the technical assistance. Joby, we have
Okay.
item C3. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mahalo for putting this a little bit later in the agenda. Joby Masagatani, Executive Assistant, presenting item number C3. I also have the lessee, Harry Purdy III, affectionately known as Tootie Purdy, and his lovely wife, Cammie Purdy, joining us. So without further ado, the recommended action is that the Commission approve the following. Number one, authorize the chair to consolidate lot number 4 TMK 52731 encumbered by residence agricultural lease number 106 to Harry K. Purdy III with detached agricultural lot 4 TMK 52779 and 52788 currently unencumbered, and re-subdivide into 2 lots, agricultural lot number 4 encumbered by lease number 106 to Harry K. Purdy III, approximately 37 acres, and subsistence agricultural lot 4A, approximately 3 acres with access. Consolidation re-subdivision is subject to the following conditions. 1, lease terms and conditions are brought up to date. Number 2, or sub B, lessee is in good standing, and sub C, proposed map and location of the 2 new lots, including access easements, is approved by the chair. Number 2, authorize the payment of costs to complete item number 1, including reimbursement to lessee Harry K. Purdy III for any appropriate costs with prior DHHL approval. Reimbursement costs are not to exceed $25,000. And number 3, authorize extension of lease number 106 for an additional 100 years.
Okay, commission members, can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Proceed with the question.
Sure. So Commissioners, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Per Commissioner Neves's request, included as item Exhibit A is a proposed lot, what the lots will look like once it's complete. You'll note, and of course, this is not to scale, but you'll note that lot 4A is to the top or towards the back of the lot. Along the eastern side of the lot, there's an easement that stretches the entire length of the lot. And then there's lot 4, which would be the new lot under lease number 106. This proposed subdivision, just upon its initial review is recommended, and that all of the reasons for the recommendation are outlined in the submittal, but I know it came to you a little late, so you may not have had a chance to review it. But just to go through that, number 1, this to the very back of the lot where it says 4A, in close proximity are the department's 2 water tanks, 7 million there's 2 3.5 million water tanks totaling 7 million total. And so this easement access through the lot may provide an additional emergency access road to that property. I have asked the opinion of staff, but they have not had a chance to really take a look at it. So there is definitely advantage to the department if that is possible to have this access point, additional access point to these water tanks. In addition, the close proximity to those water tanks means that any water infrastructure that has to be brought in to service lot 4A will be less, there's less pipe that has to be laid, hopefully. And with a small gap for lot 4, there could be both water provided to 4A as well as to lot 4 without kind of having to provide for easements and those kinds of activities. According to Tootie, There is a dirt path now. It's not extensively used, just to go to the back of the property. So we do need to do more due diligence, but this is what is being proposed. It's also something that I think is acceptable to the lessee. It minimizes the impact to their existing infrastructure. The mature macadamia grove, which is to the front of the lot, the impact there is minimized. In addition, there is a pretty nice and expensive concrete driveway that the lessee put in, which, understandably, they are concerned that that not be impacted in any detrimental way, because it was a lot of sacrifice to put that in. So by putting the access point to the right side of the lot, the impact to the existing lessee is minimized. The other thing I did just want to let
Joe, before you get too far, is Dennis, I just have a question. So how does the department access those holding tanks now?
It's not really, it's not really clear to me where the existing access point is. I think that they're coming through a homesteader's lot, to get there. Actually, I'm gonna ask maybe if the Purdy's have a better idea, since they live up there and closer to the lot, if they know how the department is accessing their water tanks.
So the department has always had some back access to that area, to the tanks. We always thought it was part of the department's road, but actually it goes through some Hawaiian homesteaders' property to actually get to the tanks. And then prior to the pineapple fields, prior to them utilizing the land, Department of Hawaiian Homes was going through Del Monte's property to get up to the backside to get to the tanks. So there's no clear Department of Hawaiian Homelands road system that actually goes directly to the tank at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Purdy. So this access road that we're proposing here to the 4A lot doesn't impede on your operation, is that correct?
Not at all. Not at all.
The Joby mentioned that the concrete area, that's nowhere any part of this roadway, correct?
Correct, correct. No part of the roadway on that side.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, dear.
We have two driveways. So one on the east and one on the west. So the west side is closer to our structure, our operation. On the east side, you can go all the way up to the 2 tanks.
Okay, then we'll have an actual legal access for the department.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
But it's not paved in cement.
Okay. I don't think we got that kind of money yet, but we'll let the department take care of that. Thank you very much.
It also doesn't mean that the existing access that we're using is illegal, so.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Joey.
The other thing I did want to just make the commission aware of is, as I mentioned in the submittal, when I was doing the research and making sure that everything was up to date, there was a small balance, and once that was brought to the lessee's attention, it was paid this morning. So we have a receipt bringing the lease rent balance up to date. So they're all good. Everything is good.
Okay. Purdy, do you want to say anything before I open for question?
Well, we would hope that over all this time and effort by everyone, our commissioner, Zachary Helm, Joby, of course, she's seen us through this long process. So we would hope that would be approved, and then we can move on and give everybody, the correct access to the correct places. So I just hope the commissioners see this as being positive, and we guarantee we are 100% Hawaiian homesteaders trying to make use of this land that's actually been sitting idle for such a long time. So, mahalo.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Zachary will start, so, excuse me, Russell, we'll start with you. You have a question?
Thanks, Chair. I want to ask Joby, I'm looking at the schematic that was prepared, showing lot 4A in the back and then 4 in the front. So a couple of questions. One was that area where that provides access to 4A, did you say that's an easement as opposed to, that's not a flag lot for 4A? It's not part of 4A lot?
So what we would propose is, right now, there is there's nothing, right? The lot is, that back lot is essentially landlocked. So what we're proposing going forward is, instead of it being simply a driveway as a flag lot to access 4A, that we would retain it as having like an easement, so almost like a roadway specifically for access to the water tanks. Because there is some concern by the water staff that access not be too easy for the safety of the water tanks. Yeah. So this would be, what we would do when the subdivision went through, and then eventually when lot 4A is issued, as a condition of the lease, this would actually be more like a roadway easement, emergency access easement for the department that we would retain.
So let me restate it and see if that's right. 4A is a flag lot, but the department's going to retain an easement for access to the water tanks.
Yes.
Over that pole portion of the flag lot, right?
Yes. So the portion of, so where you see the line going all the way through, instead of it, we would retain that easement.
Got it.
And so that, on a periodic basis as needed, the ability to access through the lot is retained, right?
But legally, it's part of lot 4A, correct?
It would depend on how we did the property descriptions. If we wanted to, and that's, one of the good things about surveying it, if it's something that we want to retain as an easement, or is it something that we would actually want to subdivide out? I don't know. We'd have to see in discussion with that small path, right? If it's easier to retain it as an easement because we don't see having to utilize it all the time, then use of it by the lessee could occur unless DHHL needed to utilize it, right? So those are the things that we would need to kind of consider.
So when we talk about subdivision, I don't know if that's a county property.
Yes.
So I don't think we're gonna get subdivision unless we touch the roadway for the lot.
Yes. So it's a little bit, and these are the things that we would need to explore further. So if you actually look at the lot Exhibit A, there's actually 3 TMK, right? So the county subdivisions do have the existing lot 4 as parcel 31, which it now, because it's been whited out, that boundary has been whited out, you don't see it. So there's parcel 31, parcel 79, which is bifurcated by this parcel 88, which is where the gulch is. So it's probably a good time to do this like all good with the county. So if we're going to go with 2 lots, that the TMKs reflect that, so if parcel 31 becomes, all the way up to the gulch, and then parcel 79 takes on the property description of parcel 4A. So we are going to have to work with the county regarding perhaps a redescription of those TMK versus an issuance of a new TMK.
Yeah, so my thought is that 4A should be a flag lot that includes within its property description that skinny access way that goes down to the roadway.
Yes,
and then
I would agree.
Then the department would retain an easement over that access way and
Yes.
over lot 4A for access to the water tank.
Yes.
The other question is, Lot 4A, why are we choosing not to extend it all the way to its, I don't know what, left boundary? I don't know if that's east or west boundary.
So the limitation on the size of 4A is, we're recommending that it be a subsistence ag, which is no more than 3 acres. And the configuration may change, but the reason why the recommendation is to leave a small access point for lot 4 is because if there's a need to pull water infrastructure from the back of the lot to service the back or the top of lot 4, the existing lot 4, the 37-acre lot, it's a lot easier to deal with that through your own leased property versus, I mean, ideally everybody holds hands and sings kumbaya. But in the event that, because the Purdy's are not going to know who their neighbor is going to be, should there be some kind of challenge neighbor to neighbor, at least there's a access point that they don't have to worry about crossing, their neighbor's property to get to the water tanks or water infrastructure at the back of the lot. So that would be the recommendation, to just keep a small portion. Now, once we actually do further due diligence, if it doesn't make engineering sense, or, then we may reconsider this and have a different configuration.
Okay. Thank you.
Joby, this is Dennis. I have a couple of questions. Is on the back side of a lot where 4A is we currently have a water line on the back side?
I'm going to defer to the Purdy's because they probably know better than I do what water infrastructure exists back there.
Yes, we do have access to a water meter and water lines that have gone from the top down, gravity flow down to our area that we actually utilizing. At one time was a revocable lease that we've been utilizing. So we've watered that area from the top down to that revocable lease land that we've been using for the last 30 years.
Okay, but there's no water access at the bottom of the new 4A lot, is what I'm asking.
The new one,
They would have to get their own.
yeah, they would have to get their own. They could get it from the top,
Yeah,
right to that area.
They can do like what we're doing, but they have to pay for their meter. They have
Right.
to, everybody has to get their own meter. So, yeah.
So if the water's coming from the top, Joby, what would we use for access? The roadway?
So what Commissioner Kaupu had suggested is exactly what we're talking about. The property description would be a flag lot to 4A with the pole of the flag running almost the entire length of lot 4, right? But then it solves this access problem that we've been struggling with for the last 30 years in order to award the back lot, because now there's a clear access point. It'll be included in the property description. And we would retain that easement to be able to cross and utilize that access for maintenance of the water tanks in the back, which is a lot easier when you're dealing with a new lease and a new lessee who accepts those as part of the conditions in terms of the lease.
So the bigger question is, who would be responsible for maintaining that roadway?
Right. So that's something that could be discussed with the new lessee, right? Is it,
Yeah, because that's right, because that's going to be an expensive, process, not just maintaining his lot, but maintaining the road. If we're going to maintain access, there would probably have to be some agreement between the department and the new lessee to maybe share costs.
Right. And so that will depend in part on just how often utilization of this point, is done by the water guys. And again, they are very concerned about the security of those tanks. So, if the commission is supportive of moving forward, the next step, of course, would be to do appropriate due diligence with the water staff on the island, as well as, our staff here with its topography and things like that.
Right. this roadway, will that be fenced to protect the Purdy's orchard?
I think it would be up to the Purdy's. We probably would not, well, let me just take that back. We would need to verify what we would typically do with a new lot award, what our standard practice is if we lay a fence to an adjoining property, or if that is seen as the lessee's obligation to do to protect their property. But
okay,
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other questions?
Chair. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, thank you, Joby, and of course, Studi and Cami, for all you folks' hard work. You've been so patient, and this is a win-win situation for everybody. And I'm glad it came to this point today, moving forward. But I'm sure the district office here with their staff, can continue to communicate with the Purdy's regarding the water tanks as far as accessibility there, to provide no harm in future lessees, because it is close to the tanks there. But I'm so happy that we're at this point today. So I just hope the rest of the commissioners will support this proposal for the Purdy's. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Helena Moore. I
Aloha.
just like to commend our department in working with the Purdy's. I've read all 21 pages, and it's a really, really good thing that we're able to work out this solution. And I support option 2 too. Okay, mahalo.
Mahalo, Pauline. Russell, I see your hand back up.
Yeah, Chair, I support the motion and the Purdy's, what they want to do. I'm gonna suggest that we want to square out that lot 4A and provide an easement to lot 4 for the water line purposes, but not carve out that little rectangular piece or leave that small rectangular piece along lot 4A for a number of reasons. But I think it accomplishes the same thing, but it avoids problems going forward with the lot 4A lessee. So I throw that out for consideration.
So what we can do, Commissioner Kaupu, if that's workable for you, is we can take a look at what actually, ground truth it and see what infrastructure is actually there. If that easement can happen, we can talk further with the Purdy's to see what configuration makes the most sense. And then if the commission would like, we can always come back with a report as to what the final looks like. And I don't know if the Purdy's have an opinion they want to share now, or.
May I share? This is Kelia. Sorry, I'm on my phone and I don't want to get cut out. So I'm going to turn off my camera, but just turning on real quick to say aloha to everyone. I just wanted to share why we were looking at all the different angles of how to situate that subsistence lot. And the reason why we did originally look at the full back portion, but for the sake of the water lines, we will have to most likely move what we have existing from the top over, because once we get the surveying done, I think we'll find that it'll have to be moved over. Also, just to have the access, because we really do need the water coming from the back. There's no way we can get it through the front side up the hill, because it's a elevation, yeah, and stuff. And we're really looking at reforestation and just planting more from the top. So it actually, and we also with the subsistence lot, being that it's smaller than the portion that we would have, we were very mindful of making sure that they don't end up with the gulch, like this 3-acre lot having to be connected in the gulch area. So, being mindful of that, giving them a good portion, they being able to connect to the water lines directly through the tanks at the top, as well as our portion being able to connect to the tanks as well. So it was kind of a careful decision when we were going through it. We looked at different angles, and I just wanted to explain that to the commissioners. Mahalo.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a point that my husband and I are older. We already know that my daughter, Kilia, and her family will be taking over the homestead. So she's been very intimate with us, taking care of us, making sure that, that our homestead is farmed, and they've been very helpful. We have our grandchildren helping us too. So already we know we've got 2 future generations already on the homestead and working with us. So we are thankful that we've finally, before we leave this earth, that there's hope that our generation, our future generations will be able to continue what we're doing and our legacy. And so we thank you so much. And we are more than willing to work with you guys, at this point. But Kilia made her point that on the west side, there's more gouches. On the east side, it's more flat and reasonable for somebody to farm. And at this point, I think eventually the road might have to be, because it's not like straight up. We're kind of curving here and there, but we can work with it. We're willing to work anything out to help everybody that's in this situation, like a win-win for all, like you mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I had a comment, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Patty.
And thank you, Purdy Ohana, for sharing that. And I know the next generation will definitely continue your legacy of work. I'd like the commission not to defer this month on the agenda. I think we already had discussed this last month, I recall, and we have this item again on the agenda, under regular agenda. So I'd like to entertain a motion that, and I know that the department and Joby has been on this subject matter for several years, that they're going to work with all these little legalities and fixtures when it comes. But I think the time is now that we should move forward and have them work with our department as they have through the years. At this time, I think, Mr. Chair, I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve to consolidate the Lot 4 as stated on this agenda.
Thank you, Patty. We already have a motion on the table.
Okay.
Second.
Then I'm going to call for the question.
We already have a motion. There's a call for the question.
There you go.
I just would like to talk to Russell one more time. Russell, are you, you had indicated that you were interested in the different configuration. However, after hearing the testimony, do you still hold that?
So I think a different configuration where you square out the lot makes a lot of land use sense. But if the option is between taking an additional month or 2 to get that done and then approving this versus approving this today with the configuration as drawn, I'm in favor of approving today with the configuration as drawn.
So, Commissioner Coop, with the final delineation of the 2 lots is really left as this proposal is set with the chair. What we can do, as I said, is as we do the due diligence on this, because there's still more, we did want to at least, in response to Commissioner Neves, have the commission have information as to what we're looking at starting out. But we will definitely look at that option of just squaring out the lots once we have a survey on the ground, walk the land, know where the infrastructure is, just have more information And as I said, we can come back in an information or status discussion just to let the commission know if it'll give you, the comfort that we evaluated that and as to which option makes the most sense, which of those two options, scoring out the ladder as it's proposed, both for the existing lessee as well as the new lessee and the department coming back in. So there's a lot of information we still need to kind of follow up on, but in the interest of the commission's desire to essentially give the approval in concept and delegate most of the detail to the chair. But certainly we can keep the commission abreast of the progress that's being made by the department.
Yeah. So Chair, and I would call for the vote, and I'm going to vote in favor.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Dennis.
I agree with Commissioner Kopu about squaring the lot off. But we really have to get into it a little bit more to find out what's going on. But the issue is, even if you squared the lot off, you could put it in the lease agreement that you'd have easement. So it's just stuff we need to look at further down. But I'm in favor of moving this along and following the question.
Thank you, Dennis. I mean, that's certainly one of the conditions that we're going to consider. So hearing that there is a desire to vote on this, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very, very much, Joby, for all the hard work that you and staff have done on this. And
thank you,
thank you to Birdies for your patience.
Oh, hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Mahalo, Paris. Mahalo, Sis.
All right, Turi.
Hey, thank you, Jack. Aloha, ba.
Aloha.
Mahalo. I
Aloha,
wanted
Kathy.
to bring up one thing, Joby, before we leave. Sorry, because I just don't want us to dismiss it. I know in the paperwork there was also the 100-year extension. Was that part of this decision now?
Yes, it's
Okay.
approved. So we'll work with as we update the lease and the property conditions, and we'll also extend the term as well.
And it's in the
Mahalo.
submittal. If that makes you feel
Thank
better,
you.
it's actually in the submittal, okay?
Yes. Mahalo nui. Mahalo, everyone.
Take care.
Uta.
Aloha.
Okay, commissioners, we'll go to J agenda.
Okay. The agenda.
J agenda, J1 is not available yet. They deferred. Okay, so J2, Liliana.
Chair, did you say J1 deferred?
J1 is deferred, I'm informed, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, J2 is not available, so we'll go to J5, Donna Sterling.
J6.
Donna, are you there?
I'm here, but I'm J6, Chair.
That's fine. We are
Okay.
taking people as they are available electronically.
Okay, great. May I start?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so. All right, so can you hear me? Because I've got this and can you hear me
Yes,
with my
we can.
AirPods? Okay, great.
We hear you fine.
Great. So good morning, commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. My name is Donna Sterling, and I'm a beneficiary of the Hawaiian Homestead Association and a leasee of Lot 41 in Kahiki Nui, Maui, which is a homestead lot. My testimony today is to ask all commissioners to help us and empower us to be better Kahiki Nui homesteaders. The purpose of a homestead lot is to provide the leasee with opportunity to create a home based upon subsistence living. The only improvements provided by DHHL was some roads, but not enough for all of the homestead lots to be leased to beneficiaries. So there's still a wait list of approximately 22 lots vacant. I live on my lot over 22 years and I have built a home, and I am, like my fellow homesteaders, struggling to subsist on my lot as required under the lease. It is my honor to have the opportunity to share with you today about a matter of great importance to us Kahikinui homesteaders. I would like to share with you a problem we are facing in our community, and I would like to ask for your help to investigate and to help us to reach a solution for the cattle and animal problems that our homesteaders are facing. What I'm asking for you today is to not take any action until the community has an opportunity to review plans by our cattle working group. Some of you may know that above our homestead lot area is a large Kahikinui forest. In that forest are literally thousands of cattle, goats, pigs, deer, and other feral animals. The cattle in particular have and are causing serious problems for our homesteaders because they come down out of the forest in search, desperately searching for water, and cause damages to our homes, our animals, our homesteaders, fences, and other property. Also, hunters shoot the cows and just leave their bodies on the ground to rot, which is a concern of our community, which could be a health hazard. On May 23rd, 2021, our community came together, and you do know that we have two associations, one recognized, one isn't by DHHL. Doesn't matter. We came together with a consensus of the majority of people attending, both virtual and in physical presence, on the plan that was presented by a cattle expert on how he would remove the animals from the forest and the homestead area live out of here. We took a vote. We all voted that we need to start a new cattle working group dedicated to help the community with needs that were in front of them. What came out of this community meeting was a Kahikinui community survey. We went out and asked everybody what they needed. Number two, we created a Kahikinui Kuleana support plan and Lokahi team to assist the community. And we created a petition in support of the ungulate removal. And today we have 85 signatures available. And that consists of leases, waitlisters, 24/7s, and other family members. And that's available to you with the recording of the meeting. So this is a problem. And we're asking for your help with resolving. During a recent meeting with Commissioner Wool, we informed him that we had worked a plan for our cattle and animal problem. We then were informed that DHHL had already decided to bring in another government entity, DLNR, to eradicate the cattle and manage our forest. There was a lack of interest in learning about our plan and our efforts to solve this problem ourselves as Hawaiians and homesteaders, without the control of another state agency taking over our forest and affecting our ability to live our subsistence living. I also imagine that there would be no monies for our homestead or any other or any small ranching activity that we hope for under this plan. We as homesteaders would like to have DHHL hear us out about our plan for the forest, cattle, animals, before bringing in another state agency, in this case, DLNR, to take over our forest. We don't want another state agency interfering with our homesteader lives or our forest. We believe that DHHL should support our efforts to solve problems for ourselves, and that DHHL should stop and not take any further action until talking with our homestead community and hearing from our plan of the cattle. Our plans ultimately understand the fragility of the forest, and we more than anyone understand the immediacy of climate resiliency and the role of the forest plays in our lives. We Kahikinui homesteaders have the right to and should be allowed to have this opportunity to solve our own problems as homesteaders. We believe that DHHL should support our beneficiary homesteaders in our efforts to solve our own problems and not simply impose a solution upon us like we are welfare recipients of the state agency. We homesteaders are in the best position to know what is best for our homestead. This is just common sense. We want to be self-sufficient, and this plan will be very beneficial to all homesteaders. and even a model for other homesteads in the state of Hawaii. We just ask you, each of you, to investigate what I have shared with you and hear what has been said and consider a plan before imposing the control of another state agency upon us. We are free Hawaiian beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homestead Act. We believe that Prince Kohio wanted Hawaiians to be self-sufficient and to solve our own problems. We want to run our own lives and take care of our Hawaiian forests the way we as homesteaders decide, and not have solutions imposed upon us from the above. Thank you for taking your time to listen to my testimony. I trust you will honor your tenure as commissioners and work to empower homesteaders, thus leaving a legacy that you can be proud of. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Donna.
Questions? Any questions?
Yeah, commissioners, questions?
Yes, I have a few comments.
Okay, go ahead, Randy.
So the effort that's currently underway, and I will acknowledge there are a lot of moving parts, but the effort that's underway is the result of Kahiki Nui residents in 1995 establishing a goal to reforest Kahiki Nui. And now we're in 26 years later. Some members of the Kahiki Nui residential contingent came to the department several years ago asking that we consider a paradigm shift, because back then it was 20 plus years later, things had not yet improved. So the current, a couple of things. So what I discussed at the meeting was that we are working with the Ka'ohana o Kahiki Nui because they are recognized by the department as the association that has standing. That's not to say other community members do not have standing, but the department has decided to work with them first and then reach out to the larger community as there's movement toward finalizing a plan, and we're not there yet. So what this is in response to members who have asked for consideration of a new methodology is, yes, it's correct. We, the department is looking at syncing up a partnership with professionals that have the capacity and knowledge to do certain things in order to support the community desire to bring back the forest, number one. Number two, what happened more recently was the department became aware of a concern regarding cattle creating unsafe conditions for the community. So that's a more recent item that's been brought before the department. And so now what we have is the reforestation and then the community safety issue that's more recent, and discussions are underway on the best path forward. So that's currently where we are at. And as I indicated at our last meeting, there will be a broader collaboration once there's a better understanding of where the department wants to go. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy, for laying that out. I just, for the benefit of other commissioners, we actually have three issues here. One is the more immediate issue of cattle posing a hazard to beneficiaries that live there 24/7 right now. We are taking steps to identify what's the most appropriate way to deal with that situation. The second situation is there is a long-standing project that will soon come to fruition and completion of fencing off 4,000 acres, more or less, in which after suitable efforts to remove ungulates from that fenced area is completed, there will be action taken against the remaining ungulates. The department does not have enough money or enough time to remove those ungulates and make them all available for community consumption. Then 3, the longer term challenge, because beyond this 4,000 acres is another 18,000 acres with probably 1,000 or more cattle running around there. And in that situation, we believe that this working group, along with Cook, could actually work with the department to have a longer term solution to remove that those cattle and other ungulates that are in that area. We will have to partner with the Department of Land and Natural Resources because the Department of Land and Natural Resources is the legal entity that governs game mammals. Cattle is not a game mammal, so we have the ability to manage cattle on our lands. But we will have to work with the Department of Land and Natural Resources to deal with the other ungulates such as deer, goats, sheep, pigs, etc. So there is that opportunity for cooperation, and we are in the process of dealing with these 3 different situations as logically and responsibly as possible. And we will work with Cook. So as long as the other members of the Kikinui Homestead Associations and residents speak with Cook and cooperate with Cook, we will find a solution to all of these problems over time. So that's where I'm coming from as the representative of the department. It makes sense, and I appreciate Donna trying to gather people to come up with a cattle management plan, which will be dealt with on the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So I advise you and your members, Donna, to continue to work with Cook as we move through these issues. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you for your time. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Commission members, any further questions? Okay, if not, then we'll move to Liliana Napoleon.
All right. Hi, everyone. Sorry, let me get my camera on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make this quick. So I'm here on behalf of the Naiva subdivision, which is on Molokai, and basically just coming to the commission as well as to Mr. Ayla to just ask for the continued support. So it looks like right now we're approaching the final environmental assessment, and this is based upon what's posted on the website of August 2021. So just having the continued support of the commission. And then it also sounds like we don't have the funds secured for construction. So when that time does come around to allocate funds, if you folks can support for that as well.
We will
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Liana. We will continue to request your support for speaking with legislative members.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and
We can help with that.
I will just caution you that sometimes what looks like a lump sum allocation to the department is not always a lump sum allocation, because sometimes there are these things called provisos that are attached.
Okay.
And they direct the department where to spend the money and what to spend the money on.
Sure.
So
Yes, understandable.
I know that sometimes people misinterpret the lump sum as now the department and the commission has the authority to move money around. But in many cases, that money is tied up in legislative direction. So if you could help the legislature understand the need for construction funds for Naiva specifically, so that perhaps they can allocate specifically for Naiva's construction.
Yes, we can help with that.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Mahalo.
Questions for Liliana?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can you highlight the Naiva project initiatives?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you highlight that project? I'm not sure what project. I know it's in Molokai, but what is it? Is it road improvement?
It's developing additional ag lots in Naiva. we have some design funds, and I'm glad to have Stuart join me at the table.
Hello, Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division. So the Naiva Agricultural Subdivision was first awarded in the mid-'80s under the acceleration program. And so we have been fortunate to receive planning and design funds from the legislature, excuse me, to further that subdivision. So the environmental assessment process has started. We've gone through pre-consultation, and our consultants, Arm Towel, are preparing the preliminary engineering report that accompanies the draft EA. And so we are hoping to bring that to the draft EA to the commission in the next couple of months. And then so based on that, then we're continuing to look at the design elements for roadways, water line. In fact, water line was constructed in the early 2000s within the subdivision. We have to check if it is properly sized and located. Also for planning for Molokai irrigation system connection to the project, along with the improvement of the roadways and utilities to service that subdivision.
So the planning and design was already done. So
That
they're
is starting, that is in
starting.
process.
And so what does the construction funds look like then?
So the plan and design is in process now.
Uh-huh.
It's not done. So
Correct.
that has to be done, and then we'll have plans, and then the construction can proceed, provided we receive the funding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How much is the funding? What is the funding?
So as part of the EA, the preliminary engineering report is being done right now. And so that will provide the approximate level of funding that's needed. It's, I think our initial assessment was something like about $9 or $10 million. And this was an assessment done several years ago. So we have to update those numbers and really look at freight costs and material costs and doing that work on Molokai.
Okay. And then lastly, is any of this in the FYI 2022 budget? No?
No, it's not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, commissioners.
Other questions? If not, thank you, Liliana.
Thank you.
We'll go next to agenda item J4, Kekoa. Nomoro.
Aloha.
Aloha, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Aloha mai na Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. I am Beneficiary Keikoa Inamoto of Maui. I testified recently as a resource person discussing the DHHL Accelerated Awards Program before the Maui County Council Affordable Housing Committee. The meeting also featured at least half a dozen beneficiaries advocating for West Maui Hawaiian Homes projects at Honokowai and Leali'i, plus testimony by DHHL officials Stuart Matsunaga and Andrew Choi. Included here is my 5-minute testimony, which ignited questions and responses from all committee members. Their responses included 4 Hawaiian Homes related proposals for 2 county resolutions, a DHHL general plan provision, and a Maui County charter amendment.
The 9-member Maui County Council, perhaps unprecedentedly, features a majority of Native Hawaiian members and thus expressed its willingness to support Hawaiian Homes projects and initiatives. The council members are Council Chairwoman Alice Lee, representing Wailuku Central Maui, Council Vice Chairwoman Keani Rollins Fernandez, representing Molokai, and members Tasha Kama, representing Kahului Central Maui, Tamara Paulton, representing Lahaina West Maui, and Shane Sinensi, representing Hana and East Maui. So let us holomua to benefit from such advantages. My June 7 council testimony was as follows. Aloha no e members of the Maui County Council Affordable Housing Committee. I am Keikoa Inamoto from Waiahuli Native Hawaiian Homestead in Upcountry Maui. Hearing organizers have asked me to discuss for an unimproved homestead lot. That is, accelerated ORDs get a homestead parcel with boundaries, meets, bounds, and pins, but infrastructure of roads and utilities, including for water, electricity, gas, telephone, broadband, and TV.
Something happened on Kekoa's side,
Yeah.
commission members. That's the, that is the electronic world that we live in. So I'm gonna go next to Princess Lehu Anani, and then we'll come back to Kekoa once we resolve the issue. Okay, so Princess, I see you up, but I can't hear you. You may be muted. Okay, Princess, can you speak? You're not muted, but we can't hear you. Can you speak closer to your computer or whatever electronic form you're using?
Aloha. Aloha.
Okay. Yes, aloha. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Aloha. Thank you so
Okay.
much. My name. Aloha. There we go. Aloha. Let me go ahead and put this low.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Aloha. Okay.
Kekoa, can you stand by Kekoa, and then we'll finish Princess Lehu Anani.
Yes. Aloha. Princess Lehuanani, Kumaeva Kaina, Kalea Momona, from the island of Maui. I live here in Oahu. Good to see all of you again.
Aloha.
Good blessings to all of you. Thank you for inviting me. Always giving me that time and opportunity so I can have a say. So right now, I just kind of like concerned because I've been requested 2 times if I could have a fair hearing. And I was denied twice. I had no reason why, but however, I just wanted to see if I could seek some kind of solution, because it seems like the only time I am being heard if I come to the J agenda. But I think I would like to see if I could seek some kind of solution, option. You know, if, like maybe somebody got coming out from their foreclosure on Maui, see if I can work at our Maui person that can help me get on the land before I die. You know, with all the sickness going around, you know, we're trying our best to stay alive. I'm 59. I've been on the waiting list for 30 years now. So that's one of my concerns, is if I can work with somebody, you know, like Joby. Congratulations, I gotta say, for Molokai, for the Purdy family. There was a legacy you guys did for him and his family. That is the legacy I hope to see for my family, the Kumaeva Kaina Kalea Momona on Maui. You know, my mom died, my family, I'm the only one. I just got my brothers and sisters on. If I die tomorrow, I waited for 30 years for nothing, because my kids going to have nothing. My sister is also next to me. She's older than me. So we're really concerned about trying to get our family on and be proud family like the Purdy's. Really, you guys did very good. I'm very proud of you folks. And I know that as long as I come on every month or if I be hurt, I know somebody gonna hear me. I know somebody gonna wake up. Somebody gonna say, we gotta get Princess on her land before she die. And I will say that over and over until I am. That is the only legacy I have as the Purdy's have for their future. I have grandbabies. They haven't even had the chance to even walk on their spoken 1920 awarded lands. My ex-husband died already. He never even had the chance to enjoy that with me and my family, my kids, now with my grandbabies. I only ask what you guys did for the Purdy's. Please look deep in your hearts. And if you guys can do that for me and my family, I would really appreciate it. Some of the things that I wanted to bring out was solutions. I think by having this fair hearing, you guys could really hear what I got to say. So you guys can even put me on this on Kahiki Nui. Kahiki Nui no need land. Kahiki Nui was about pastoral, raising the animals. In 30 years, I was there with Brother Moore. I was there with Donna. They're one of the first that was on Kahiki Nui. And I am still on the waiting list, watching a lot of people get on, and they're not living like how it's supposed to be on a pastoral land. So I only ask, as you guys can see, Donna, thank you so much. We have all these different associations and what you got, Lahuis, Mahuis, Kahuis. We have this a corporation. But I like to say, please take these three things into consideration. Because by me being involved with you guys, all these different nonprofits, associations, nepotism. Nepotism is one word that we have to be careful because, you know, favoritism. And that means granting a relative or friends, you know, because of your position. That's one thing I like you guys as what you call that, commissioners, to please, you know, watch out for nepotism and watch out for like discrimination, you know, putting other people on when knowing the list when other people are supposed to be on. Right now, I kind of like concerned because I'm kind of like back in the list right now. Well, right now, a big list of those that died. Those that died, they're what you call that, next kin get on the land before me, and I'm still alive. I was like, please, no way till I die. And then finally, my family gonna say we're gonna finally gonna celebrate her life on top of land that she never even had a chance, that she's been waiting for over 30 years. So that's all I'm asking. Another one is, please think about the disability. Right now, I signed up for Kahiki Nui when I was in 30. I'm 59 now. I still disabled. Hard for me to chase one cow. Hard for me to raise boat right now. Hard for me to do the things that I wanted to do when we could have got on my land on Kahiki Nui 30 years ago and do what you guys told us to do. Put our fence up. We got 5 years. If not, the next person going on. That is on the original rules and laws of Kahiki Nui. But I thank you guys so much. All I'm doing is Oahu is waiting because when I go back home, I don't like feel like on failure because it's almost my foot is in the grave because I failed. If I go home now to Maui, I came here to go back home on my land on you know, even on the Kauai Valley coming up, Lahaina coming up. We get Kahiki Nui get lands, but still I am on the list. I am the list. So I said, please breathe high in me right now, commissioners. Breathe my heart. You guys did a good thing for the Purdy family on Molokai. You know, at least you got to see, you got to say, yay. And that's all I want to do. Thank you guys so much. Mahalo kia kua. Maruru.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Princess Lehuanani. We are doing our best to get these projects out. So
I know. Thank you.
Thank
you are.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's why I appreciate you folks even more than 5 years ago. Because now I appreciate what you guys really doing. And you guys putting the families like Purdy's on their land and helping the next 7th generation. I want to do whatever I can do to help you guys to put me on my land too. So I can glorify in my legacy the Kume Ewa Kaina Kaleo Momona on our Hawaiian lands. Thank you.
Okay. Mahalo nui. Awiho.
Aloha. Eo ea.
Okay, we're gonna finish with Kekoa next, and then commission members, we do have after Kekoa, we do have a hard stop to go into executive session and then come back and finish the J agenda and then go into the budget. So Kekoa, can you
Yes,
continue?
Commissioner. I'm sorry.
I like you, so we know, Prince Chicken, waiting for his ladder.
Okay, Prince Archikins, we are gonna give you the same assurance. We're trying to get these projects out as soon as possible and move through the wait list. So. Aloha.
Yeah, I'll hold them already. Go hold them.
Okay, so I have to move on. So mahalo, you guys. Kekoa. You
Hey,
muted again.
Kalamaya, oh yeah. The Wi-Fi is a little sketchy in upcountry Maui. Okay, so today I would like to suggest 3 reasons the DHHL accelerator. Okay, so this is my testimony before the Affordable Housing Committee, yeah, 2 weeks ago. I'm just informing them as a resource person about this DHHL accelerator awards program. And I'm telling them it may help mitigate the affordable housing crisis in Maui County for 3 reasons. These reasons form the acronym SOS. S for sense of ownership, O for off of Maui waitlist, and S for self-determination. First, sense of ownership would be felt by Maui waitlist beneficiaries who would receive an accelerated award and thereby be motivated to build their homes. Second, off Maui waitlists would be the status for some or all of 9,190 Valley Isle waitlisters who would get accelerated awards of specific plots of INA. And third, self-determination would be invigorated amongst accelerated awardees. Renewal of this 38-year-old dormant DHHL Accelerated Awards program would stimulate an emerging spirit of sovereignty and self-reliance among Homeland's beneficiaries. Even now, Maui beneficiary leaders are manifesting self-determination to develop homestead subdivisions and install infrastructure via USDA, HUD, and other funding sources to undertake these initiatives themselves instead of waiting for DHHL to do so. In this context, I would like to excerpt Maui County Council Resolution 86-47, passed unanimously March 20, 1987, quote, expressing support for the acceleration of the homesteading program of the Hawaiian Homes Commission and urging support by the county administration. Continued, open quote, be it resolved that 1, the mayor, the Honorable Hannibal Tavares, is hereby requested to join in supporting the DHHL acceleration program. 2, the Department of Public Works is hereby requested to expedite the appropriate reviews of construction plans submitted by homestead lessees and issue the necessary building permits if the plans are in conformity with applicable county codes. And 3, the Department of Water Supply is hereby requested to expedite the appropriate reviews of plans submitted by DHHL for the purposes of accelerating the awarding of homestead lots to Native Hawaiians, unquote. The 9-member council adopted the resolution with ayes by Linda Crockett Lingle, Goro Hokama, Patrick S. Kawano, Howard S. Kihune, Thomas P. Morrow, Robert H. Nakasone, Wayne K. Nishiki, Velma M. Santos, and Joe S. Tanaka. Councilwoman Tasha Kama and I were among the original 70 accelerated lessees at the Keokea farm lots 3.5 decades ago in May 1986. The councilwoman founded the Waiahuli Keokea Hawaiian Homestead Association, then representing both the Waiahuli Residential and Keokea Agricultural Accelerated Award subdivisions. I advocated over the course of 24 years at the Hawaiian Homes Commission to get Keokea infrastructure, which DHHL installed by 2009. Today, I serve as co-founding chairwoman of the board of the upcountry nonprofit Pa'upena Community Development Corporation and as 2019-23 president of the Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council, representing 18 homelands entities on 2 islands. In conclusion, I commend the 2021 Maui County Council for its interest in the DHHL Accelerated Awards Program, that this same body supported 3.5 decades ago with a council resolution. And I send an SOS signal for the Accelerated Awards Program to help mitigate the county's affordable housing crisis. Mahalo. So this is my testimony 2 weeks ago. And the council, I wanted to tell you what those resolutions that they said they would like to see, resolutions for both this accelerated, in support of this accelerated awards program to reinforce that 1987 resolution. Also a resolution to support the undivided interest program. The county, the general plan provision was it was suggested by Shane Senensi, who would like lineal descendants in East Maui to have first right of refusal to those 1,000 acres of homelands that are in Ke'anai, Wailuanui, and Hana. And the county council charter amendment was in support of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act being acknowledged as the foundation of a statehood for the state of Hawaii. Mahalo, commissioners.
All right, thank you very much, Kekoa. Any questions, commission members? We appreciate you highlighting the needs of our beneficiaries on Maui at the council.
Yes, and I think it's important to give some history about the Accelerated Awards Program, because I'm sure you commissioners who are relatively new to the program, you may not be familiar with that Accelerated Awards Program, which has been in advance since its formation 38 years ago, and it was the foundation for a very successful homestead up here at Keokea. So mahalo, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I would just add that the Accelerated Awards Program was a way that the commission and the director at the time sought to get beneficiaries involved by issuing these lots of record out and then having the beneficiaries on the wait list and the beneficiaries who receive these awards to go and lobby the legislature for the development funds for all of these areas. So that was a goal that was behind it. That was a plan that was behind it. Some of those accelerated award areas have done better than others. And we encourage all of those on the wait list and all of those who are on the undivided interest list to join us every year at the legislature and to ask for sufficient sums. So thank you, Kekoa.
Yes, and Naiva was one of those accelerated ones. And so all of those awardees at Naiva, they've been waiting for three and a half decades to get their infrastructure. And so I really commend Liliana Napoleon and Liko Wallace, who was the founding president of that Naiva Homestead Association, for coming before the commission and advocating for their infrastructure.
Well, they've advocated to the legislature, which is why some sums of money have been allocated. So that is the first step. And we appreciate them and encourage them to keep going for the construction funds now.
Yes,
so.
and we on Maui, we will support our Molokai brothers and sisters also at the legislature in advocating for their infrastructure.
Excellent. So if there's no other questions, commission members, thank you, Kekoa. It's just a little bit after noon right now. And I'm going to request that the commission convene an executive session pursuant to section 92-5, subsection A, subsection 4, HRS, to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Could I please have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Aye.
Give us a minute. Give us a minute to close the electronic door on everyone who's not supposed to be in the executive session. All right, thank you, Michael. We are now out of executive session and I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. So commission members, please take advantage of the 10-minute recess. We'll be back.
Are we back on?
Okay, commission meeting is back in session and we're continuing with the J agenda. Agenda item J9, Blossom Patera. Blossom?
Hi, aloha, Mr. Chair. Mahalo for the opportunity. Members of the commission.
Hear you.
So I want to apologize for not having my testimony in writing as usual. It was a kind of hectic week. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm having an issue with some feedback.
Gotta be on your side.
Yeah, hang on. I think because I got you guys both on at the same time. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my God, what did I just do? Okay.
I don't know, but we can hear you and see you.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to cut you guys off on one side. There you go.
Where did she go? Okay, she cut us off, so we'll give her a minute to get back on. As you can see, the challenges with the virtual world and the reliance on electrons moving through the air and through cables. Okay, while we wait for Blossom to get back on, all the other J agenda items, we are unable to reestablish contact or get contact with those folks. So once we're done with Blossom, we will go to the discussion on budget that I know you're all waiting to have. You're muted, Patty. No, you're still muted.
Is that H1?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We're just giving Blossom an opportunity to.
Yep. Thank you.
There you are.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, Commissioner, Mr. Chair. I'm back. Actually, yeah, got you on my phone. Okay, so I'll just dive in. So, Mr. Chair, one of the things that I wanted to bring to the attention of the commission was my frustration at constantly seeing commission packets void of certain items on your agenda that we're unable to address in testimony because we don't have any submittal or documents that we can use to fashion the testimony in opposition or to share our concerns or to support. Case in point is your current budget deliberations, both the workshop that was done on Friday and then again this today and tomorrow. Another example is the blood quantum issue that was on the agenda several times over the past year, and each presentation was done without any information in the public packet. And so, these are issues that are very, very important to beneficiaries, and we'd like to be able to have the opportunity to weigh in an agendized testimony and not on a J agenda testimony. And so, Mr. Chair, if you could help to identify and address that issue, I would be certainly very appreciative of that.
Point well taken, Blossom.
Thank you. Once again, I do want to talk about the undivided interest lease program or the Kuhio Awards. Mr. Chair, I heard what Mrs. Enomoto said earlier about the accelerated awards, and I have to say that while 2,500 applicants got a lease, they waited 30 years to realize their homestead, and in large part because the department did not have sufficient funding to address those lease awards. Today, NAIVA is one of another accelerated awards program that just only now can be launched, and you still have outstanding undivided or accelerated awards on Kauai that also needs to be addressed at some point in time. I think that the Kohio Awards program actually fits better in that we have a more defined timeline, and we are also able to attach a lease to an upcoming development, whether it's currently in place or in the future. So the timeline for readiness is more well-defined. We also have a much more sophisticated crop of beneficiaries that understand the budgeting process at the legislature and can assist the department in moving that marker forward on our behalf. And so I would once again advocate for a reinstatement of the undivided interest program. I think that while there are major concerns regarding jumping the wait list or funding sources or the indefinite time frame that one would have to experience in order before they can get a lot, given the current work that the department is doing right now, I think we can find some fairly easy solutions that can address those concerns so that we can move the project forward. I think key to the continuous support for the reinstatement of this program is the fact that we continue to lose our kupuna on the wait list, thereby denying their successors an opportunity to realize the benefits of being on our trust lands. Now that the pandemic is almost done, and we're praying real hard that it does get done, and given the fact that we're talking about budget issues, I would like the department to consider reinstating the convenings that we used to have for the Puvalu. I think it's important. We've going on 3 years now without seeing each other as beneficiaries of the trust and being able to interact with the department staff on matters that are important to us. And the ability to participate in conversations with the department to lay out a budget strategy that we can prepare for when it goes to the legislature. So if there is anywhere for them that we can start to talk story about reconvening these puvalus, I would also appreciate that. It's interesting that we can talk about resource management activities, Mr. Chair. I wanted to let you all know that I'm extremely gratified to know that the department is working to establish these partnerships with experts in their field in resource management activities. That does include conversations with beneficiaries. We waited 26 years to see the Keiki forest get attention. And I don't think Keiki can wait any longer. And so, 26 years, we envision a thriving and fully functioning forest. And I want to extend my thanks to you for moving that needle forward on our behalf, establishing these partnerships with agencies like DLNR. We recognize that they are the experts. And the fact that you are able to bring that to fruition, I can't say how grateful I am for that. And then finally, and I think it's become a priority for me because I got a bunch of phone calls this past weekend. The commission provided support for the establishment of a working group for Kalaupapa. And we had a meeting with your staff to talk about the different components and how we would be able to structure the working group and the issues and challenges that Kalaupapa can face with this relationship with national parks. So, but I did want to bring some concerns to you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so first of all, I'll just say it straight out. We can't trust the federal government. They have never been able to keep to any agreement that they've made with any Native people across the nation for over 200 years. And I don't see them treating us any different. When it comes to Kalaupapa, they've made some very arbitrary and drastic decisions that has an impact on our ability to be able to see what is in the future for Kalaupapa. And I'll give you some examples. They initially started with an environmental impact statement. They arbitrarily determined that they no longer wanted to do that. They switched over to an environmental assessment. that has not been filed yet. So we don't even know what that environmental assessment says. And just to let your fellow commissioners know that the federal EIS does not follow Chapter 343. It is actually following the National Historic Preservation Act. And so the EIS at the federal level is compared to an EA at the state level. So you don't really get that much information out of it. The Chapter 106 process that was in play has been arbitrarily closed with no MOU in place. And there are pieces in the programmatic agreement that causes great concern. One is deferred. They are looking to defer, having the ability to defer any maintenance issues in Kalaupapa for up to 25 years. As I said earlier, the EA is not complete yet. The National Parks is going to be embarking on a major update of their utility system. Around $25 million is the estimate. Yet they don't have an EA to be able to do that. And part of the concern is that with this $25 million upgrade for utilities, there is a very real danger for the uncovering and removal of the iwi kupuna in Kalaupapa. There are over 3,000 unmarked burials in Kalaupapa and in Kalawao. And so the risk of them digging our kupuna up and removing them is something that causes great concern, not just for me, but for many others. And so when we talk about, this kind of major issues and concerns under the department, under the national parks, I would look at our commission and to you, Mr. Chair, to be able to take a more detailed and look and deeper dive into the intricacies that the department, the national parks is looking to do in Kalaupapa. $25 million investment in utility upgrades clearly tells me that they are planning to expand the reach of national parks and provide Kalaupapa as a tourist destination. Without an EA that has been completed and commented on, I think that's very premature. And I think that the department, with your general lease in hand, can make a big difference in bringing national parks back to the table to talk about these issues and have them adequately address it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Hey, Blossom, thank you. I mean, we do look forward to establishing the working group and getting beneficiaries' concerns so that we can continue the discussions with national parks and all the other folks that are involved, other state agencies that are involved down there. I would just say I want to give Randy some kudos, because Randy has been instrumental in also discussing the partnerships with other federal agencies and the progress that's being made in Kahikinui. And then in the budget is a request for some funds to hold up a Puvalu once again. It's been a while because of the pandemic and other things. So I just wanted to address those things in your testimony and now open it up for additional questions or comments from commissioners. Randy?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. So my question is geared more towards some clarity. So some of the folks that have called, so there's two parts to this. There was a time when requesting that the department become a signatory was really critical, because it provided you a seat at the table and an opportunity to weigh in on issues that would concern the department. So there's that. But now there's some concern of just having signed the programmatic agreement, which I'm a little confused by that concern. But the issue is, by signing on to the programmatic agreement, is in itself problematic because in the programmatic agreement are time bombs that are contained somewhere in the language that I don't know anything about. But it's being described as the kind of landmines that circumvent the 106 process where the consultation will actually occur. So by the time you get to 106, certain matters become moot issues because it's already deactivated in the programmatic agreement, if that makes any sense. Anyway, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, thank you, Randy. I think there's, number one, likely miscommunication and some misinterpretation on what the programmatic agreement really does. So programmatic agreement, as I understand it, and as I reviewed it, is sort of this 30,000 foot agreement about how we're going to carry things forward. Individual projects are still going to have their own EA and their own consultation process. So for example, the utilities separately is going to have its own process that goes forward, and any other activities that the National Park Service proposes will have to undergo individual either EAs or, unless they're exempted, EAs and Section 106 consultation. So that's going to continue to go on. The programmatic agreement doesn't give the National Park Service sort of this, okay, we agreed, you can go forward and do anything that you want. That's not the case. Being a signatory to the programmatic agreement means that the department can call a timeout, have discussions with the national parks and other state agencies, if necessary, move to have the programmatic agreement dissolved, and then you'd be back to square one, appeal to the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation about disagreements that are in the programmatic agreement. So there are plenty of ways to continue to have discussion on issues that are conflicts. Now, there are some things that are not going to be covered or are not the jurisdiction of the programmatic agreement and lie outside of the programmatic agreement. And I think identifying clearly what those things are, so all of the agencies and the beneficiaries and the organizations that are involved with Kalaupapa can have a clear understanding of what's in and what's out. The things that are out, we have a commitment from the National Park Service to continue to meet with us to try to resolve those issues. That, in fact, was something that we, before I signed the programmatic agreement, wanted a written, wanted it in writing that they would continue to have the discussions with us and through us, beneficiaries and other organizations. So we received the letter of their commitment moving forward. I think it's a way to move forward. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what is and what isn't in there, and we'll just have to continue meeting until we sort of have a clear understanding and a clear path forward. There will be some things that not everybody will be happy with, but that's to be determined as we try to find win-win situations for everybody down there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I've done some work at the federal level in terms of programmatic agreements and their EIS and their EA process. And this is my concern, Mr. Chair, is that, when we sign off on programmatic agreements, in the case of the national parks, it actually gives them the okay to begin moving forward on their general management plan. And it circumvents the Section 106 process. Now, the Section 106 process was put in place to be able to identify all of the concerns of the Native community, come to some agreements, and then execute a memorandum of understanding before we move into programmatic agreement. That has not happened, okay? And that is very concerning to me because, as you can tell, a lot of our issues and concerns have not been adequately addressed. So I would just ask you, sir, to when you start to walk this path, that you do so very carefully, because one of the things that I don't want to see is for the department to get caught in the middle of this between beneficiaries and the National Park Service. I do not believe that the department should be a buffer for the conflict that may result as a result of our disagreements with the National Park Service. And so I would again ask you and the commission to move very cautiously in addressing some of these concerns. I think that the working group, the purpose of that was to begin the process of talking story about our concerns and issues and how we can get them resolved with the national parks. And that has not happened yet. And I want to ask you to give the working group an opportunity to come together at least once to start putting issues and challenges on the table.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we have time. But there was a section that I think you didn't say, and I'm assuming you meant before we signed the programmatic agreement, and the agreement is signed already. So we will move forward within the confines of that programmatic agreement, understanding that the department can call for amendments to it or call for it to be dissolved at any time. You know, there's a 30-day requirement to give notice. So I just want you to be assured that there are points of leverage that the department will have.
Yeah, so, with the federal government, any leverage that we can identify and put in our toolbox is a good thing because, like I said at the beginning, I don't trust them at all.
Understand, and I can say the same thing about myself and some beneficiaries. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay, any other questions for Blossom on this particular situation?
Chair.
Yes, Zachary.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Blossom for her presentation, her testimony. Yeah, I feel it is so pertinent that we have all the parties involved 24/7 because, like he said, the national parks, you got to watch what they do and how they move. So my priority is our beneficiaries, so they need to be part of this process. Thank you.
Mahalo, Zachary. Okay, if there are no other questions, I want to thank Blossom.
William?
Yes, go ahead.
I do have
Randy?
one. I have one. I'll try to keep it brief, additional comment. And I want to add to Blossom's mana'o, thanking the department for recognizing that we have kuleana to manage our natural resources. And I'm referring to that portion of the forest that the department is trying to revive. And, I liken it to, every community, every association has its special resources. Some have shopping centers, some have very active associations. Kahikinui is unique in that they have a fully intact moku, and that is their special resource. And it's a resource that's been devastated by 200 years of cattle and other pigs, goat, and deer. And so when we revisited this issue about 4 years ago, it was the result of beneficiaries who were part of that original contingent of people who had identified a dream to bring back the forest. 22 years later, it was they who came to us and said, more of the same is not good enough. And so this is where we are at today. And it just happens that most of those people are on the Cook board. So I do see tremendous value in continuing to collaborate with everyone. But I do think that time is of the essence, and we have to make decisions, and we have to do that by establishing a window in which to achieve the goal. And so I just also wanted to convey my appreciation to the department for moving forward. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I want to acknowledge again your assistance because we have this golden opportunity to actually make a difference in closing that fence for the 4,000 acres as sort of the completion of the promise that the beneficiaries who settled Kahiki Nui and the department made, that it would take all steps necessary to bring back the forest. So this first 4,000 acre enclosure, I think, will set the pace for future natural resource management in the area. And I firmly believe that this is in keeping with the promise that the department made to the original inhabitants, the original settlement, the original settlers up in Kahiki Nui. And unfortunately, it's taking this long, but we're getting so close. And my experience on the other side with DLNR is if you finish the fence and you remove the ungulates, the seed bank is there with a little bit of kokua from people, the forest will come back, which is one of the reasons that the department agreed to the Kahiki Nui experiment, if you will, this 30 plus years ago. So thank you, Randy.
Yeah, and one final comment, William, because we're talking about DLNR, and I think what's important for all of us is to look at examples of tangible results. So in the 26 years that there's been this dream to rejuvenate and revive the forest, it's still a dream that's currently underway. And then when we look to agencies like DLNR, part of what I think is important is to look at their reforestation project, where the fence was closed up roughly 7, 8 years ago. In the past 5 to 6 years, they have planted over 250,000 native plants. Some of the core trees have attained the height of 30 feet. And so I do think it's important we look at models of success and try to replicate what we can to revive that native forest and bring it back to our lands as well. Thank you.
Mahalo, Randy. Okay, thank you, Blossom. We're gonna, I guess somebody else checked in. So we have Sam Kalalau, Wakio CDC. Are you on the line? Okay, we'll let you in right now.
Okay, mahalo, Chair, for the opportunity.
Mahalo, Blossom.
Thank you, Blossom.
Thank you, Blossom.
Okay, Sam, we show you as Desiree. Is that confirmed? There it is. Sam is on now. We're connecting to the audio. Okay. Aloha, Sam. Can you hear us? You're on mute.
And so I think it's important that we look at models of success and try to replicate what we can to revive.
Okay, Sam, you have to, okay, Sam, can you turn on the live stream data and speak? You're presenting before the commission now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, aloha to you, Commissioner, and to the rest of the commissioners. Thank you very much for having WACU Community Development Cooperation on your agenda today. Okay, my name is Samuel Kalalau. Everybody call me Sam. I'm the interim president for the YQ Community Development Cooperation. I was born and raised in Hana. I'm retired from the County of Maui as a highway supervisor. And at that time, my responsible district was from KNI to Kanaio, Upper Road. The Wakio CDC is a nonprofit organization that right now it composed of 9 board members. Our board members are from all districts of East Maui, KNI to Kaikinui. The Wakio Community Development Cooperation were put together on August 14, 2020. And some of the purpose and mission that we have, that we want to carry out in this community is to empower Native Hawaiian beneficiaries of East Maui through engagements and understanding of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920. And to develop strategic community plan for land use and resource management of the Hawaiian Home Trust lands in Waikiki, Hana. And also to provide assistance to Native Hawaiian beneficiaries to help them successfully acquire a lease of trust lands located in East Maui. And also to advocate for the prioritization of East Maui beneficiaries for an award of trust lands within the East Maui communities. And another part of the mission is to provide assistance for economic and business training to utilize homestead for financial sustainability. And our highest priority right now is to help Native Hawaiians beneficiaries to have that opportunity of home ownership. YQ Community Development Cooperations, we look forward in working together with the DHHL for the best results in upcoming events and the YQ Hawaiian homelands in Hana. In closing, I ask for your support in your upcoming budget deliberations to include YQ Hawaiian homelands in Hana. I also want to echo a little bit about Kekua Inamoto on affordable housing. In Hana, we are faced with a severe home shortage or house shortage, you might say. And looking at this, that now we have these Hawaiian homelands here in Hana that we're hoping that we can put the Hawaiian families on them, the homes that are especially impacted by at least 4 generations living in one house. We're the new kid on the block, so we would like to work with Hawaiian Homes very closely. I'm open for questions right now.
Okay, mahalo, Sam. Commission members, any questions for Sam? Okay, seeing none, Sam, I'm sure that our staff from planning will be interfacing with you and seeing how we can move your desire or prioritize the desire for the East Maui community to be homesteaded. We will also need your community's help with obtaining sufficient sums to move that project forward. So I just wanted to say mahalo for coming forward.
William?
Randy?
Yeah, Sam, I just wanted to mention that I have been hearing about the organizational process that's unfolding with Wakio.
Bill, you're frozen.
Am I frozen?
No.
Oh.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted to encourage you, your group, and to congratulate your group for exercising your voice in trying to move your project forward. And along the way, if there's any way we can help, if you even want to just talk story, I'm available, and just wanted to encourage you to continue.
Mahalo, Randy. Other commissioners?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Sam.
Okay,
I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Yes. I just want to thank you guys very much.
Okay, mahalo and be safe.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, Sam.
Okay. Commission members, we're now up to agenda item H1. Bring Rodney and Joby to the table.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I apologize for the lateness of the budget, but it wasn't lack of effort. It just took us until 9 o'clock last night to finish it. So we've been working on this since Thursday, and it's a bear because what happened was in our budget, the general fund budget, our other current expenses was reduced $2 million. So we had to go, and it was almost like starting from scratch. We had to do the spread with the other funds to allocate the costs. So, but I think the budget that's presented to you is pretty solid. So,
So did you want to?
yeah. So what we did, the process we did is we looked at the last 3 years of the budget.
Rodney, is there a way to expand that, what's on our screen? Oh, thank you.
Okay, so the last 3 years of our general fund budget, you can see a decline in the general fund support. Not only the decline in general fund support, but also a decline in the funding of our personnel, positions that are funded. So it went down from 200 positions, it went down to 149 positions, and then it went up to 160 positions this session. And that's from doing the trade-off in our other current expenses. So that was a difference of $2 million just between 2021 and 2022. So as we were going through the budget, when we do the spread, we have to allocate according to the permitted use of each of those funds. We can't just be throwing everything into one fund or the other. And that's the process that we went through. So the difference, so what we identified was a parity between the fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2022. And the difference was $3.8 million. So if you can scroll down. So we have the non-appropriated funds, and these funds are at the discretion of the commission. So what we did was looking at the difference between the 2021 budget, which was $2.4 million, and what was allocated to the department for the operating current expenses, which is $5.7 million. The difference was $3.2 million. And so what the budget that we came up with is below the parity amount that we computed. And so based on that, we proceeded on doing the spread on the budget. And that's what we have in item number H1. So it took a long time to get it right. Any questions?
Want to add anything, Joby, before we take questions?
Yeah, just maybe, can you pull back out, Michael? To the full page. Okay. Maybe just taking a step back, just leave, you can leave this there. So commissioners, first, let me just say that the testimony provided by Blossom, as well as I understand some concerns that were raised by Commissioner Awo, certainly are understandable. And we strive at the staff level to try to get these documents out in a timely way. And it is a challenge every year. And so I do want to just say a couple of things. First is just as in terms of process, we start in September with the sufficient sums budget. That begins the budgeting cycle. And then we go through the legislative process to try to see what ultimately gets funded by the legislature. And we don't get those numbers until the early part of May. And in this case, there were a number of provisos. And so we get maybe the worksheets and everything we need from the legislature maybe in the middle of May. And from the middle of May to the middle of June, we try to put the budget together. So the process is, as Rodney is trying to explain, is quite a challenging one in that it starts with looking at the requests from each of the offices. It actually runs along two parallel tracks. One is the development budget that Stuart works very hard to put together. And we give him, kind of a best guess as to what we think the trust can afford. And then he has the difficult challenge of narrowing down the shopping list of, $50 million in projects down to, what we can afford and what they can accomplish in the current year. So there's a development side that's going on. And then on the operating side, the process requires meeting with each of the offices and the divisions to see what their request on the work plan for the upcoming fiscal year. And then once that gets looked at, it's trying to identify what we can afford and where we can spend this expenditure out of. And then all of that has to be synthesized into documents that can be presented in a way that is understandable to the layperson, including members of the community. So it's never our intention to give the appearance that we're trying to hide the ball. We're trying to provide all the information that the commission needs and the members of the community, our beneficiaries, need to make good decisions for the upcoming year. But unfortunately, it doesn't always come together in the most timely way. So we did try to present as much as we could for the workshop on Friday to at least give the commission the broad overview on the operating side and as to where we were trying to go. So kind of reiterating what Rodney was saying, and you saw this spreadsheet earlier. As I had explained in our workshop, the far left column is the prior year. So those are actual expenditures or actual budget amounts, not expenditures, I apologize. The 2021 is the current year that we're in, and then 2022 is our budget year. And so Commissioner Neves, in our last conversation in Friday, was trying to understand kind of, like where we were and where we're going. And so as Rodney had expressed, you can see that the number of positions, which is in the positions funded, went down in 2021 and is slightly better in 2022. And so as we had talked about on Friday, we actually were able to get an additional set of positions funded, but not all of our authorized positions are funded, right? So we're out of the 200 that's authorized, only 160 are funded, which is better than the 149 that were funded last year. So that increase in funding is not reflected in the bottom line of our budget, because in order to secure that, like every state agency, we took reductions in our general fund budget from fiscal year 2021. So you'll see there's a decrease between 20 and 2021 and 2022 of a little less than $1 million from 15.5 to $14.7 million. What Rodney is saying is that those reductions were taken when we compare the amount that was given to the department to fund other current expenses, which is not in the chart, but the amounts that were given to the department to fund other current expenses in 2020 and 2021 from the legislature was about 6.8 million. And in our current year budget of 14.7 from the legislature, that number went down by $2 million. So because we anticipate that the year coming forward is going to be operationally, the expectation on us from our beneficiaries, because we're opening up, the demands on staff, production, all of that is going to be, we hope more analogous to the pre-pandemic levels. We were trying to bring our operations at least to parity to what we were receiving in the general funds in 2020, pre-pandemic. So you'll see this to the far right where it says difference of $3.8 million that we're going to need to make up somewhere. So and now we're just talking, what can we afford, right? How do we, what are the parameters by which we set the budget? So when you come down to the next set of non-appropriated funds, which are within the commission's domain to determine, you'll see in the box, it says 5.7 million for, the hand goes up to where the two arrows are, that little box over there. Okay, that 5.732 million is made up of 2.4, which was what the amount that was allocated in 2021 from the commission for our operations, plus the 3.2, which is the shortfall or trying to achieve parity to what our pre-pandemic general fund levels were. So that gets you to 5.7 million of availability in the commission-controlled, non-appropriated section of our budget in the operating fund. So we try to develop our operating expenses within this limitation on the budget side. You'll see that below that at the very bottom, the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund is a slightly larger budget. 1 million of that is our Native Hawaiian General Program, Native Hawaiian Development Program grants that we try to fund every year directly to beneficiaries. And the additional 400,000 is capacity building for beneficiaries, including activities that will touch like the puvalu. And then if you scroll all the way up, Michael, no, down, I'm sorry, so you can see the totals. So you'll see that overall, our current year operating budget is slightly less than the pre-pandemic 2020 budget. And because we're trying the 35.6 million, because we are trying to get back to normalcy in terms of our resources, but we also are not going to be, also trying to preserve our trust funds. So you'll see that the difference primarily is in that 1.12 million in the operating fund development portion that we're not seeking to fund that portion of expenses in the current year, in the budget year that we're bringing forward. So that is at the highest level of discussion. Can we, if we go through the submittal, let me just kind of walk the commission through that. Do they have the 7110 worksheet? They don't have it. They don't have it. Okay. So do we have that spreadsheet? No? Do they have the submittal? Well, maybe before we go to the submittal, maybe if there are questions on the big.
Chair.
Yes, Zachary.
Yeah, thanks, Joby. Joby, on the additional positions that will be approved in 2022, that 11 positions, is those positions already, is it already there and it's just going to be filled, or you have to create those positions?
Many of those positions are already in existence and we just need to move forward to fill. There may be a handful, a subset that we may need to establish as civil service. Do they have this?
And of course, Zachary, we still would need budget and finance and the governor's permission to fill, because we're still operating on that restricted budget that the legislature gave us.
No, I didn't send it.
So has the department decided where these positions are going to be filled? Is it only Oahu or is it statewide?
So what we've been asked by the governor in budget and finance to do is to provide a prioritized list. And they have indicated to us that they will consider it carefully. However, they're willing to, I think, consider some positions, but I don't think they're going to consider all of the positions as we go forward in this current economic time. Perhaps as the economy gets better, more positions can be requested and filled. So I don't want to leave the commission with the impression that we're going to automatically go right back up to staff, because that's not realistic.
I was just pertaining to that 11 positions, that's all.
Yeah, even the 11 positions that you saw, or the 16, I think, which were.
Well, from 149 to 160, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, I don't think that we're going to get all 160 at one time.
Yeah.
But we're going to do our best to justify trying to get there.
Okay, thank you.
So commissioners, I'm sorry.
Chair. Oh,
Yeah, Patty, you have a question?
yeah, I did. So let me ask, how do I put it? So in 2020, okay, let's go back. So the commission in 2020, the commission and staff, they didn't do any travel because of the COVID. Does that funding come out of the executive operating budget?
Yes,
All the
yes.
traveling and the hotels, and nobody traveled through 2020. So out of the 2020 FYI budget, does that come out of the your operating budget?
No, so the travel expenses of the department, including commission travel, the correct budget to be considering that is in the fiscal year 2021, because fiscal year 2021 budget is really the pandemic year budget. But those expenditures are typically paid out of the general fund and then the administration account.
Okay, so what happened
generally
to the funding in 2020 that it wasn't used, the funding that wasn't used during that entire year for the traveling funds?
The travel funds were allocated to, we always, it costs more to run the department than we get from the legislature and general funds. And so with our spending in the admin account and the operating fund, it wasn't as much spending, but travel, although we do a lot of travel and it's a big ticket item in the relative size of the budget that we have, it's not huge. So we're not, if you go back, Michael, can you go back to that slide with the one we were looking at earlier? So yeah, hang on, we're gonna pull that slide back up.
Okay.
Okay, so as you'll see, if you go all the way to the bottom, the pandemic year, that's good. Our budget was smaller because some of the costs that were in the would typically come out of the development portion were not funded in the pandemic year. I think in anticipation that there wasn't going to be as much going on with our department. But in the current year, we are anticipating, we're trying to maintain, like I was saying earlier, at least parity with the amounts of other current expenses that we were getting funded with the general fund resources, but still trying to be more conservative than we were pre-pandemic at the 35.5 million.
So did you put fundings in 2020, 23 for traveling fund? For
Yes.
Staffing
Yes.
commission?
Yes.
How much is that funds? I'm just curious.
So we can go to that budget if you want.
As we pull that up and go to that, I just want to add that in that middle budget year, we also had some pretty significant restrictions on our spending
Absolutely.
during that time because of, we were looking at a $1.6 billion deficit. So the governor put restrictions on everybody spending each quarter. So some of the reason that it's less is because of the restrictions, not because we spent it. So
can I ask that be expanded again? I can't really see it.
So commissioners, this
we needed those.
This should be in your submittal. This is the detail that we were not able to get to you folks on Friday, but this is all of the object codes and the funding, the recommended budgeted amounts for the various object codes. And so this is for the entire department. The way that it's broken out, you'll see the object code to the far left. So that's what the item is, the amounts that are being funded. So in the first column, you'll see our general fund, what's being recommended to be funded out of the general fund. And then the administration account, which is a special fund appropriated by the legislature. The operating fund, there's two parts. There's the part that's appropriated by the legislature, and then the part that's not appropriated by the legislature, the two columns to the far right. And that portion of it is under the discretion of the commission. Then you see the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, the Revenue Bond Special Fund, and then NAHASDA, which is our federal funds. So at the far right, you'll see the total budget request. The 9.8 million towards personnel costs, that we don't control. The legislature allocates that amount to us. And so you see all of the object codes here. Can you scroll all the way down to the bottom? Hang on. Good, right there. I'm just gonna go to this summary for now. So you'll see at the very bottom, under the general fund, the total current expenditure and equipment of 4.8 million, which is about right above the hand. That's the amounts that the legislature restricts that we can use on other current expenses. So when you add the personnel number with this other current expenditure amount, you get the total appropriation of 14.7 million. So you see the 9.8 for personnel plus other current expenditures gets us to $14.7 million. But it costs us way more than 14.7 to run the department. So you'll see the 4.8 in special funds appropriated by the legislature under the administration account and the breakdown there. That equipment number, let me just say, a portion of that equipment number, a significant portion, I think it's in the equipment number, yeah.
Yeah, that's for the heavy equipment for the West Hawaii District Office.
Yeah. So heavy equipment as well as the 375. The 375 is in there too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so 375,000 of that money in the equipment number. Is it in the admin account? The 375, or is it in the operating portion of that? No, it's not
It's
in
in
the.
the admin account.
Okay, so with our 2.5 gigahertz rollout, the consultant that we're working with has advised that we include in our budget a portion to allow for early purchase of equipment to roll out the 2.5 gigahertz. And we're sending you the detail on the 7110. So this is, which is the other largest number. So that 375,000 that's embedded in this equipment number, we likely will be reimbursed through federal funds once our application is submitted for the 2.5 or the infrastructure, broadband infrastructure. Those, it's our understanding that that cost will, is eligible for reimbursement. So then you have the 3.7, which is appropriated out of the operating fund, and then the remaining amounts you'll see, which are the non-appropriated operating fund portion, the NERF, the revenue bond special fund, and then NAHASDA. So for the total budget, if you net out the 30 million for NAHASDA from the 63.9, you're left with about 33.6, which is what was shown on that earlier slide. This is the detail. I believe we're sending you the worksheet that breaks down. If you see about middle of the page, the numbers run, for the whole department. Some of them, most of them run less than $1 million for the entire department, except for the services on a fee basis. And this is where a lot of our consulting contracts come out of. And so there is the detail for those that I think we will be sharing with you. We can share with you. Oh, okay. Leah's, we're going to get that to you. And it's about $9 million total, but that will show you all of the projects for the various offices. And again, we apologize that that wasn't sent out last night, but you should be receiving that soon.
And I didn't quite finish with my question though. The next
Sorry
one
about that.
is no, thank you very much, Joby. The next one is the positions. So we have 200 positions, as the other screen showed. How do you break this down in that department? Do we have civil service? Do we have contract employees? Do you have exempt employees? Do you have appointees? How does that department positions flow?
So we have the majority of our positions are either civil service or exempt. When the department started receiving 100% general funding, then the ability to fill exempt positions was curtailed very strictly, particularly in starting in calendar year 2019. So any new position that we seek has to be civil service. So we've been in the process of converting our vacant civil service as well. Our vacant exempt positions to civil service so that we can fill them, as well as converting our positions that are occupied that are exempt to civil service as well. So I'm not sure what the split is now between exempt and civil service, because we've been transitioning over our exempt positions to civil service.
So you don't have any contract, you don't have contract employees?
We refer to our exempt positions kind of like contract, although there isn't really a formal contract, but they're extended on a year-to-year basis, and their employment is based on funding and the authorization or the extension of that contract, quote unquote, for an additional year.
Okay. And so lastly, do you see, Joby, that we're gonna in FY, I think, is it 22, 23, filling up the enforcement team with employees?
That's a that's definitely a high priority for the department. There are some technical challenges with that because the enforcement positions that we have, there isn't a clean civil service classification for that. So that's one of the issues that we're trying to work on. And the other consideration is whether or not the job description needs to be updated to reflect more of the types of activities these positions are being asked to take on.
I think so. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dennis had a question before we move forward, and then I see Russell's hand up and I see Dennis's hands up.
Joby, thanks for the presentation. I'm still trying to understand the chart. Can we put the first chart back up? I mean, there's numbers all over the place. It's not making any sense to me. So I just wonder if we can put the first chart up so we can go through it.
That's it.
Yeah, we go to the top, please. So I'm looking at the funds appropriated by the legislature. So you're saying that the legislature in 2020 approved 4.8 million out of the administrative account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then in 21, they had another 4.8, almost the same, and the same in 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Then in the operating fund, it looks like it's about the same.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So what we're trying to do is, if we can go down a little bit on the chart. So what we're trying to do is now go to non-appropriated funds, which is at our discretion.
Yes.
Out of operating fund, which is different than what the ledge uses, correct?
No. So go back up to the top again. Okay. So the way you read this chart, the only money that is not DHHL's money is the general fund. The legislature, the administration account is our money. It's just that we can't spend it unless it's appropriated by the legislature.
Okay.
But that is our money.
Okay.
The operating fund is also our money. That's a trust fund, but there's a portion of it that's appropriated and a portion that's non-appropriated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're picking out of the same accounts. That's all I'm trying to get clear.
Yes.
You're appropriated and non-appropriated. Okay. So can we move down a little bit? So basically what you're looking for the commission to approve is $5.7 million of additional funds that we have control.
So it's, yes, that's correct. But
so basically, so my question is, I mean, that's the ballpark. That's what we're trying to do. You're trying to come to us and say, look, for us to continue, first of all, and I understand the budget process, we removed all these other accounts or other services to sort of match it up so none of the other departments flip out because we're going to get some funding. Now you're coming back saying we need to refill what we took out. Is that correct?
Yes. So the department is fortunate. Not every department has the ability to access resources within its discretion.
Yeah.
Right. And so it is a policy call. What staff is recommending in order not to lose momentum in the year that's upcoming is to at least retain parity by utilizing, by filling the gap that was left by the cuts in the general fund with DHHL's trust fund resources, which the commission has the authority to do.
Okay, I understand. So on the accounts that you reduce to make the budget work, that you're asking the $5.7 million for, if we don't approve this, what accounts are affected? And is it something that we can cut back, or are we at bare bones?
So I would say that we are at bare bones or close to bare bones. if we, this budget and the types of activities that are funded out of the operating fund or the operating portion of the operating fund are things like, maintenance of our community centers, maintenance of our water systems. It's not like, expenditures that are like super easy to like reduce, and in part because we don't have the staff. In some cases, requests for, let's say, fee for service requests have gone up a little bit because there isn't the staff to provide the services that beneficiaries request. So for example, some of the facilitation work that our staff might do or has done, there just isn't that kind of ability to do all of that, plus move the program forward. Yeah, so there is an increase, in some cases, not a very large increase, but in some cases looking for that support because we simply don't have it on the staff side.
I think it would help the commission to know which items that you had to reduce to get to the point that you wanted to get to, that now you want to fill with the 5.7 million. You understand what I'm saying? For me as a commissioner, it's good to know, okay, this is what we cut, but now we need to fill. And to fill with the 5.7, two concerns. Do we need to fill it 100%? Is it going to affect service? Is it going to affect the department? Number two, how does it affect the fund? So, and I know, you got a lot of this information late, at 10 o'clock last night, I'm looking through these forms. I understand, the budget process. I've done it before, but the important part is to get to the brass tacks. We need 5.7 million, or the department's asking for 5.7 million to fulfill the goal of trying to get parity with 2020. So the question is, what did we do in 2020 that we're going to continue to do in 2022? And a lot of that has to do with a lot of the projects we have going. I understand that process. But the other process, which we just discussed, was the E-team. We have a lot of issues and we have to fix that E-team. But how quickly can we do that? Because like you say, there's job descriptions, there's a lot of other issues. So, as a commissioner or even as a manager, to have this dropped on us at this point is, it's almost at the point that there are so many variables in this. If we don't give you the money, do we lose projects? If we don't move this money, do we have enough money in the fund? So I can't go through this blindly. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Right. So so can we go back to the other worksheet for a minute? Okay. So if to answer your first question, Commissioner Neves, in the submittal under this, the detail on this operating budget, if you look at the amounts that are included under the operating portion of the operating fund that's non-appropriated, that 5.7 million, all of those expenses likely could, if we had the general funds, if we had it, if we had the general funds, we would have funded all of these expenses under the general fund.
Okay.
So, even when we were at 18 million, we still had to fund about half of this expenditure, about 2.4 million out of our own resources, right? But basically, these are the items that if we don't provide the 5.7 million, are not going to get funded. So the biggest chunk of that, if you look up, the maintenance, can you go to the first page? Okay, so you'll see, scroll down, the items like electricity, and that's not just to pay our building. This electricity cost is to fund our water systems. It's to fund, energize our subdivisions.
Yeah.
Same thing for the water expenditure. There's a small maintenance number in terms of the equipment building. Scroll down. You'll see this maintenance for unencumbered lands and other, that's where, when we do any kind of operation on our lands, if there's security issues, fencing, fire breaks, if we have to put up signs, evictions, things like that, it comes out of this budget. And then the other miscellaneous expenditures, I think that's related to that type of activity. So the biggest item is this 7110, this 3.9 million, which we're trying to get you the detail on that. But essentially, those are all of our programmatic activities to keep projects moving forward.
Okay.
So that's what we're talking about. We did try to talk with the commission on Friday, and we can probably go back into executive session if you want to discuss the fund balances. But the fund balances, there is sufficient resources to fund this 5 million and still have a healthy balance in this account. The operating fund is a trust fund, but it's not an endowment like the Hawaiian Homelands Trust Fund is. The Hawaiian Homelands Trust Fund, was set up, I think, when the legislature set it up, they gave specific authorization to the commission to be able to invest, and that's the discussion we were having on Friday. So the operating fund, money comes in, money goes out. And so there is enough in the operating fund to fund this, $6 million expenditure out of our operating budget.
Okay, well, that sort of helps understand, where all this is coming from. But I'm, as a commissioner, as a former manager, I would hope that along with this process, should it get approved, that we conduct a quarterly review of where all these costs are at, actual costs. So at a quarterly review, we would do a review of especially all these costs like electricity and so on and so forth. And are we going over? Are we going under? Where are we going? And all that needs to be clean. So every quarter we're watching it, because what's going to happen is we keep drawing from the fund and we're not investing to try to get money back. We should be paying for this through our investment. And we had that discussion. But
yes,
two things I'd like to see: a quarterly review on the budget if this gets passed, and revising or reinventing, since we only have one person left on the investment committee, to just really talk about, getting a bang for our buck. Basically what we're getting is what Social Security is getting. And that's why it's going broke. So I think we need to look at a lot of things so we don't have to get into the situation. We could say we could fund this based on interest that we earn. So I thank you for the explanation. I think it makes sense. As a former manager, we're always trying to tighten the budget, but the only way to find out how you're doing is every quarter to look at it, present it to the commission, say, here we are, we did well here, we're doing good, or we're in trouble, so on and so forth. I think that would help us. Getting this last minute is difficult for all of us as commissioners to get this basically dumped on us. And I understand the process. I've been there before, that it's difficult for us to sort of get this in layman's terms. And that's what I'm trying to do, to say, okay, let's move forward, but only move forward if we're going to have certain checks and balances to make sure we're moving in the right direction towards the end of the year. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank
We
you.
have a question from Russell, and then Mike, and then Randy.
Hi, Joby. The sheet that's up right now that I'm looking at, did you say that's in our budget materials with the submittal?
It
'Cause
should be. Yes.
I don't know if I was able, I know I wasn't able to find it in the Dropbox materials. But anyway, so to me, I know the lead up on the other exhibits that you have of the different sources and where the money comes from. And even in this budget, in this spreadsheet, you're showing the breakdown of the different funds and whatnot. But to me, what I'm accustomed to seeing is the first two columns, the object code and the account number or whatever, what have you, and then the line item, and then the last line, which is the budget, the number, regardless of where that number gets made up from, what the sources are, but that's the expense number. And then in the next column or in a column somewhere near it, there's usually, okay, this is what you spent, this is what your budget was last year, and this is what your actual was last year. And then there's a comparison between last year and your budget number. And you either have a big, and if there's big differences, then there's some, you explained that to us, why it changed. I understand this idea that of parity going back to the non-COVID year. So if I understand that correctly, we're saying throughout 2020, throughout 2021, throughout last year, this current year, but this past year, because it's so odd, go back to what we were budgeting in 2020. So the way that I hear that, in that other sheet that you just moved away from, next to the total budget, you would have those numbers from the 2020 budget. So you'd be comparing 2 years ago and then telling me what variances are between those years. Is that making sense, or is?
Right, no, absolutely, it's making sense. And in a perfect world, we would provide that information, because certainly it would be very helpful to have that, the current year's budget actuals, and then how the budget, or how the current budget compares to last year's budget compares to last year's or the current year's expenditures. I absolutely agree. In the world that we live in at Hawaiian Homes, we're not able to get all that information in place until probably after the fiscal year closes. And, it's a report that we could probably do like a lag, so if you wanted to actually see where we ended up, we could probably have that together. And a lot of that is driven by just, staff timing and staff resources, and the complexity of allocating these actuals against the budget for that fund, and the object code for that fund. So it's, we try the best that we can to get those, and we did show it in gross numbers for you in when we were discussing it on Friday in terms of where the expenditures were. So, it is something we can have. It's just, I don't know if we can bring it all together in the timeframes that we have from May to June, but it is something we can provide to the commission. And, with the budget to actual analysis, that is something as well that we have from time to time brought forward to the commission, to Commissioner Nevis's point. What I would recommend is, generally the first quarter, the spending is very, very slow because the state simply is just opening up. So you start to see the spending happen or begin in the second quarter. So the first report that really is of any worth is like that mid-year report, so that would be, that would be my only, I guess, feedback is if it's something the commission wants to see, we can probably do it, but it wouldn't be real time.
But if you had year-to-year numbers, that would account for variances, right, for a cyclical and different.
Yeah, we can do budget to budget, year to year. Budget to actuals with, like, especially when you're talking current year, plus, so basically showing the fiscal year 21 budget, the fiscal year 21 actuals, and the fiscal year 22 budget. We're just not going to be able to do that in the timeframes that we have to put the budget together from when the legislature ends and when we need to get the budget in front of the commission. And we've talked, this is not a new topic. We've talked about all different kinds of possibilities, whether it's like, just because we're just dealing with this time frame of the legislature ending and trying to get the budget in front of the commission before the end of the next fiscal year, the end of the fiscal year. So that the actuals analysis for the year that we're in that ends June 30th, 2020, or even a projected analysis, I'm not sure. I mean, we have it on a summary level, but getting it into a format, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Mike was-
I'm not done, but if you want to come back to me, Chair.
Why don't you finish off?
Okay.
So I'm gonna cut short. But on the, can you go back to the line item sheet that you had on this sheet, which I haven't been able to find in my packet, but where is our litigation expenses?
So the litigation expenses would be captured under 7110 services fee basis for, services on a fee basis. Those are where all of our consultant expenses are captured for the whole department. And it's not just litigation, it would be, all of our consultants. So that's the other spreadsheet we're trying to get to you folks.
And so this total budget number takes into account the various litigation matters that we discuss in executive for good reason, and the decisions that are made in executive.
Yes. So within that, so if you see at the very end, it says total budget 33.2 million.
Right.
And of that 23 million is Nahasda. So it's about a $9 million allocation to this line item. So approximately, a portion of that is for the Office of the Chair, consulting services, including legal services, which the allocation is 400,000 of that would go to legal services. So that's, again, the detail that we're hoping you'll see soon.
And then the other, on this spreadsheet, where's the, so these are all the expenses, where's the revenue section?
So the revenues, we don't capture the revenues in the budget. That is what we're trying to just get to is the, what the authorized amounts are that we can spend. Those numbers were captured in the executive session discussion that we held with commissioners on Friday. The revenue numbers are embedded in there.
Okay, okay. I have to go back and look at that material, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Joby. So thank you for clarifying and explaining the makeup of the 5.7 million. That was much clearer for me. I appreciate that. And so just to confirm, you stated that the 3.9 million, you're looking to send us a breakdown here soon or shortly. Is that correct?
Yes, you haven't, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's
part of a large spreadsheet.
Okay, can we do a PDF? We'll try to get that to you, Commissioner. We're having a little bit of technical challenges getting you that detail.
yeah.
On that.
Okay. No, I don't. Yeah, it'll be good to see. So it appears then that really an important piece of what we're discussing and what we're gonna eventually take a vote on is the 5.7 million coming out of the trust funds.
It's Actually, the
and
whole
along-
budget.
Right, and along with everything else, yeah, that's allocated
Right.
to the different categories, different object codes, etc.
Yes, yes.
So,
Right.
but in the trust fund, is that the 114 million we talked about Friday, maybe?
So this operating budget is not, there's no resources coming out of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust Fund, which is the 114 million, or what has our endowment resources that we were talking about earlier about investing. I did want to note something for the commission, because we did take to heart the commission's concern about spending over the amount of spending that was coming out of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust Fund. If you recall, that was about 37.5 million of our trust funds. Can we go to the development budget, which is in the submittal? So anyway, so staff actually went back and took a fine tooth to the development budget, and we're trying to get to that page.
It's after that budget
Part A.
sheet.
And they did reduce the request.
Yeah, that's it.
That's good. Okay, to the bottom.
5.6.
Okay, so I'm looking at if you recall, we were talking about this budget for the development budget, and it was 21 million in the carryover. It is now 19 million of that, and then an additional 12 million. So then the total number is 31.151 that's coming out of the trust fund. And so staff did go through and eliminate about 6 million of trust funds. A lot of that was some of that, and staff is here to answer questions about where those cuts were taken, but based on the feedback from the commission about being very, I guess, disciplined about what could be completed in the budget year, and also being more, I guess, tightening the belt, so to speak, on the trust fund side. They were able to find a little over 6 million in trust fund savings, and so that request has gone down from 37.5 to this 31.1. I did want to highlight that for the commission.
Got it. My last question. So Commissioner Neves mentioned about requesting like a budget to actual review, maybe quarterly, and you mentioned maybe we do it for semi-annual or what have you. My question then is, what is staff's normal process for monitoring the budget throughout the year?
So we do try to, once the budget is approved, the divisions have the lead in terms of expending within those budgetary parameters, and I think the managers are pretty good about staying within their allocated budget. Usually the authorization allows for a little bit of discretion for the chair if there are adjustments that have to be made in the line items. We do try to, in the past, this year was extraordinary because of the pandemic. So operationally, we weren't able to focus as much on things like how much expenditures were happening, but we do try to get the budget to actual reports, like I said, starting in the end of second quarter, because that's when you actually start to see some spending to see how we're doing between the budget and the actual spending. It's rare that you have spending over. Sometimes where we budget isn't necessarily where the fiscal office takes it out of, and so we have to make some adjustments there. But it's usually done in the managers meeting if we're going to have any kind of budget to actual report. This year was extraordinary, like I said, because we just were focused primarily on surviving through the pandemic.
Right. Yeah, okay, so I agree. I think doing something on a quarterly or basis like Commissioner never suggested is a great idea. I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Randy?
Yeah, so, I wanted to express to the various commissioners their mana'o. I appreciate it because it helps me to gain additional clarity as a result of the responses being provided back to us by the department through Joby. And I do appreciate that it feels like to me we took a deeper dive in helping the commissioners to understand your process, what's challenging about it, and then why certain decisions are being made. So that to me is helpful. So I feel much better today than I did on Friday at the end of Friday. I do have a question about Joby, the positions that are exempt, currently exempt. And then did I hear you say there's a mandate to convert those to civil service? Is that correct?
That's correct.
I guess so. My question is, it's already, I know there's a series of issues that make filling these positions very challenging at times. But my question is, what is the forecast for filling at least a percentage of the positions that are currently vacant and considered exempt? And I ask that question because, what it always becomes when we go before the ledge, it's use or lose. So I'm just wondering how you would assess that situation going forward.
So if any of our vacancies, and we do have vacancies that are exempt, however, we have, in order for us to fill an exempt position, an exempt for the commissioners that are not familiar with this terminology is short for exempt from the civil service process. It's almost like private sector hiring. And we are one of the few agencies that have that authority. Because 100% of our positions are funded with general funds, we've been very, it's been virtually impossible to get authorization from budget and finance to allow us to fill exempt positions. So that means that in order for us to fill, any exempt position has to be converted to civil service. We'll have a better sense of, so that's, I guess, the bad news. The good news is that couple things. One, a number of our positions that are vacant are temporary assignments, and we do have employees that are performing, well in those TA positions. And so in some cases, as we open up those positions, the candidate that's in a TA may be a strong candidate to consider. And so we can move forward, relatively rapidly with filling, which then opens up their position in which we would then need to go through the civil service process. Our goal is to get as many of these filled, and trying to work with removing the obstacles. And so part of that is addressing any questions BNF may have that prevents them from moving authorizations forward. And so, we're just as eager as the commission is to fill positions. Having said that, we do need to have good candidates, and that's the other challenge, is getting good candidates to apply for these positions. So.
Yeah, well, thank you, Joby. And to your point, briefly, the E-team creating an enforcement unit. And I do think that goes to redescribing the positions to make it more in line with the label E-team, because currently that label enforcement unit versus the job description, that it doesn't align, it doesn't measure up. And so when we when we have a serious discussion about creating an enforcement unit, I think those positions have to be redescribed. And it should be converted to civil service, because the benefits that come with that, in addition to aligning the label with the actual job description, will draw in qualified applicants. Because currently, I don't know many enforcement, unless they're retired, that are currently in an enforcement related field that would leave their civil service protection to come in an exempt position with giving up all of those benefits. That would be highly unusual to attract qualified applicants. So that's what I'm hoping one day the department can achieve, is to restructure that whole system with the right job description, create a civil service platform to draw in people that want to apply. Thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner Awo. So what Michael has placed up for the commission's review, and I think we're trying to get you a copy of this as well, is the detail for that 7110 object code. And as you will see, it is pretty specific by project.
The funding too.
Yeah, across the top, you'll see the total, the administration account numbers, the operating fund. The first two columns are the appropriated
Yes.
portion. So that's 905, and then 915 is the non-appropriated. So to Commissioner Nevis's and Commissioner Kalekini's request, if we eliminate this line item, these are the items that would be eliminated. These are the projects that are funded. So, so you see that a number of the planning office projects, the EA to begin the Eva Beach, the CTAR agent, the water systems, trying to do a management plan for that long-term. The water source development and credit agreement is for North Kona. Water policy plan implementation is all the advocacy work that goes on with Mr. Schroyer, Dr. Schroyer. The Kahuliao training that's been extremely successful in building advocacy amongst our beneficiaries. Those are the kinds of, and then the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Memorandum of Understanding, which is a commitment we made in order to keep our preserves in North Kona, you know, the critical habitat designations kind of to a minimum. These are the projects that would not go forward if we didn't approve that $5.7 million appropriation. So we can leave that with the commission because I know it's a lot of detail, and
It's actually in the Dropbox. So
Can we
Commissioners, it's in-
scroll down on that, please? Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there, but just two things. On the quarterly variance report, on the first variance report, we should have end year actual numbers by the time that report comes out. So it'd be that first quarter report. I think that'd be important to have that information. But this type of clarity helps us make that decision. I mean, the decision we're going to make is if we don't provide these funds, majority of these funds are going to projects that actually have to happen, or general, maintenance funds and so on and so forth. So I feel a little more comfortable that we get the detail. Got a little late, but actually it's telling us that this is the importance of the fund. It's not something, when you said you reduce other occurring expenses, I thought we were looking at other things, but it's actually projects that are real, and it's not something that we could cut. So thank you for that detail.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Russell. I want, hold on one second, Zachary. Before we go forward, I just want to there was an announcement probably made by the governor already. I received an email this morning of it being embargoed to 11 o'clock today. So the governor announced his veto list that will go to that puts the legislature on notice. There are a couple of budget bills that the governor has indicated that he's going to line item veto. And the justification for that line item veto is that the legislature appropriated American Rescue Plans, the American Rescue Plan funding in situations that may not be proper, having had the guidance provided at a later date. I'm fairly sure it doesn't impact any of our positions or any of our funding for our positions, but I can't commit to that without seeing what the governor's spreadsheets are going to look like. So in terms of, there was a question earlier about how quickly we can hire and how many positions we can hire. It's very difficult to say at this point without having all of that information. And other departments are going through the same sort of torture that is happening throughout state government right now, because the ledge rushed, the guidance came later, and now we're going to have to go back and try to fix it. So I just want to give you that. I can tell you now because it's past 11 o'clock and the embargo is likely lifted. So Mike?
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Neves said about the breakdown on object code 7110. Very, very, very helpful. Clear up things and to show the importance. I wanted to go back to employee staffing. So I'm one of the newer commissioners here, but we have 3 administrators or managers that have the acting in their title. I mean, does that have something to do with what's going on with exempt or not, or because they seem like they're above acting?
Yes, no, yes. We have, we have a lot of actors and so that's one of the issues is so each of those administrators are actually in a temporary assignment into the division administrator position. So let's just take that as an example. The first thing is to confirm that those positions are actually funded, which I think they are, and then we would need to seek the ability from BNF to actually go ahead and fill those positions and then actually recruit for those positions. And so it is that's kind of gets iterated time and time again, right? And so that doesn't even hit the situation of what Commissioner Turuya and Commissioner Awol were talking about, which is our enforcement positions, which right now are exempt positions. We would have to convert them to civil service, update the job description, and go through that whole process again. So it is a grueling task to get positions up and filled. And that's where having good candidates is really important too, because we go through such an effort, and you hope you cast out the net and you get some good fish in it, because it takes a long time to make the net, so.
Thank you. Thank you, Joby.
Zach, did you have a question? I may have cut you off.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Joby, for your presentation. I know you guys worked really hard, and thank you anyway. But then I have a couple of questions. Well, first of all, thank you for pushing for the Molokai district supervisor position. I know, I'm hoping that we would be able to get someone qualified for that position for Molokai. But in the meantime, is the 89 hire still frozen, or is that a possibility of getting an 89 hire until we fill that position?
For Molokai, the Molokai district office was there are only 2 positions in this past year that we were able to get approval to fill that was not federally funded. Molokai district office was one, and then Alani Agent 5 was another. So The answer is we will, yes, because we have the authority to fill, we can fill that position with an 89-day hire. If there's a candidate that you would like the chair to consider, please let us know and we can try to facilitate that.
All right, thank you. And then the other question on the operational budget for Molokai.
Yes.
So, for example, the districts, they're responsible to spend some of the funds, like for example, repairs and maintenance. Now, you know, let's say they contract some of the work out to a private contractor like MOC to do stream cleaning, tree trimming, and so forth. So my question is, if those funds were appropriated and they don't spend that money, does that money go back to the general fund in the next fiscal year, or they lose that money?
So so with the district offices, and it's always a discussion between the district offices and the Kapolei office in terms of the maintenance of what we call unencumbered lands or R&M for our subdivisions. So the district offices do have a line item in their budget. We did give them a little bit more, so they would be able to take on sort of like the smaller projects to just get those taken care of. If those monies were allocated out of the administration account, operating fund, if they don't spend it, it comes back to us. If it was allocated out of the general fund, then when we get to the end of the year, we try to look at, we try to make sure that we are spending our full allocation of the general fund and not lapsing anything. And we've been successful in the last couple of years in doing that. So for the most part, if the district offices need it, we try to facilitate that in their budget or by allocating resources from the Kapolei budget if we have to via internal amendments. They've for the most part been able to live within their budgets.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Zach. Any other questions?
Toby, what is the professional service, Holly service providers? What is that Holly service?
Holly, where are you looking?
Where you stopped?
Office of the chair.
Office of the, what is the professional services, Holly service providers, 100,000?
So the Holly service providers are all of our, all of the vendors that we utilize to assist us with, all of the lease cancellation support services, the contested case process. So these are the contracts that typically go to like the Hawaiian Community Assets, Helen Y, Nanakuli Housing Services. Sorry, my brain's starting to those types of services that would be funded out of this line item.
So is these services, is this an RFP hire or you just?
Yes.
It is,
It's
so an
usually-
RFP goes
yes.
up then?
Yes,
Oh,
yeah, so this is just the budget allocation. We still have to go through procurement to secure the vendor or
Yeah.
the consultant.
okay. I had a question on the development project though, if we're done
Okay.
with the side.
Can we put that budget up?
Thank you.
Okay,
Stuart.
Stuart, come to the table.
Okay, so this is on the Oahu area. So my question is on the, I just got this, what was it last night? Okay. And it's
Stuart's coming?
really,
Go ahead.
yeah, it's really small.
Stuart's coming
on
to the table.
mine. Yeah, thank you. It's really small on mine. But part A,
What page number? That would help.
part A, we only have 2 pages that I got late last night on my email.
Was this an
Project
update?
description, part A, last development project. I think this was the update,
So,
Mr.
Attachment B,
Attachment B. It's the last.
first page, part
Yeah.
A, lot
So
development.
this is on,
scroll
yeah,
down.
projects. So if you look on Oahu, you have the Voice America Phase 1 infrastructure. And so just so I can understand, 2020 carryover is 696. Is that a carryover from FY ending budget, or is this a new funding that you're putting in for that project in Maili?
These are funds that are carried over. They're part of, let's see, this
So
is
from that
trust
800,000,
fund.
so from the original 800,000 that was allocated in FY21, you're carrying over 696? No?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so what was the 800,000 used for then?
That started the environmental assessment for this project.
Okay, and is the 696, is that for, correct me, Stuart, planning, designing fund?
This would be for designs.
Designs, okay. I'll just put it on my notes here. And then if you go down to statewide projects, is the VOCA payment is the villages of Kapolei.
That is correct.
So I see FY22 60. Can you, what is 60 mean? What is that?
This VOCA stands for Villages of Kapolei Association. So when we acquired the parcel, there was a certain density, but we did not stick to that density, and so the lots were made a little bit larger. So we lost. I'm not sure the exact number of lots, but we were required to pay the difference in the fees that was part of the transfer agreement.
Okay, and I understand we bought the VOCA property, correct? Maluuhia and on VOCA property. Did we do
We
that?
acquired Maluohai and Kaupea.
But we didn't acquire the empty lot park.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And just thank you so much. And just the last one for clarification, the Nanakuli Cemetery restoration repairs, did that repair begin, Stuart? Or is that this fall?
Commissioner, those repairs have been made. This was a legislative proviso for funding for. I'm not real clear as far as additional repairs.
It was 370,000.
Yeah. So I mean, the good news is that there is additional funding which the legislature has provided. And so we'll continue to have discussions with the legislature on all of these provisos, actually.
Okay.
We're not clear which year it has been provided for, if it's in fiscal year 22 or fiscal year 23. So
Okay.
these are some of the things that the chair and Rodney has mentioned that we need further discussions with the legislature on the provisos.
In your February 10, 2021 brochure, it's understandable that the Nanakuli Cemetery bids will go out in spring 2021. Cost estimated at 370,000 for fencing, wall, soil, repair water line.
That's correct. And so those repairs have been made.
Which repair?
The repairs to the Nanakuli Cemetery.
Fencing, wall
What-
repair,
Yes, Commissioner.
the water line repair.
It's either been completed or it's in the process of being.
I think it's in the process right now. So the 370,000 allocated for that project was used then? Is that what you're saying?
From a different fund.
From a different fund. Okay, so then you have 400 for 2022 FYI. What is that 400 for?
That is directly from the legislature.
So we're waiting the proviso to explain what the legislator who appropriated the money wants us to do with that money.
Oh, okay. You don't know what legislature did that?
It,
That- Gotta be
you know, all
somebody-
of this were identified in House Bill 200. And so I don't believe that budget bill has been passed yet.
Oh, okay.
That's, remember I mentioned that the governor is going to line item veto parts of some of the budget bills.
Yeah, he's
HB
online right. He's online right
H-
now on Facebook. Yeah.
Right, so HB 200 is one that he's going
200.
through.
Okay.
So again,
So we're not
we're-
sure though with this numbers then, is that right?
I'm fairly confident that this is not American Rescue Plan money, that this is general fund. But if it turns out to be American Rescue Plan money, then it might be questionable, but I believe it's general fund, so that
Mhm.
if I were to bet, I would bet that the money will be in there and that it's not tainted.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stuart, for clarification. Thank
Mahalo,
you.
Commissioner.
Appreciate it.
You're
Thank you,
welcome. Yes.
commissioners.
All right, I hope you can see how complicated it is to put this together, given the unusual year that we're in.
Yeah.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Dennis?
So as a result of this announcement that just came out, will the numbers possibly change that you need from trust funds?
My guess, based upon what I know of how American Rescue Plan money has been given to us, it shouldn't impact these numbers.
Okay, good. And one other question is does the department have a specific budget analyst that handles the budget? Or is it by department?
His name is Rodney.
We have one budget analyst.
All right, Rodney.
All right, Rodney, thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a
What's that?
question for Rodney. Rodney, is there any funds for the Molokai district requesting for any new equipment for 2021-22?
Yes, there is. I'll send you over the Molokai District Office budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Commissioner Helm, so we recently, as part of the USDA project, what we had described as package 4, we had bid out equipment which was identified in the PER some years ago, and so we have procured a number of equipment as well as smart meters. And so these have been recently encumbered. There are a couple items that we didn't receive bids on, so we're going to go out to bid again on that. We'll just review the specifications and have that discussion with the Molokai District Office to make sure it's appropriate.
Hey, Stuart, so this goes to you, Stuart and Rodney. So is there any input from the staff on Molokai as to what type of equipment they may need in their day-to-day operation?
Yeah, Commissioner Helm, yes, that's a big number one on our list, keep Elroy happy.
Okay.
And so everything tied to the Molokai water system, whether it's a change order or a new proposal, we do make sure that he is comfortable with it. It also has to be in line with the USDA program and the various conditions in the contracts.
Okay, I just wanted to know if there's any additional equipment. Thank you.
Okay. I don't want the commission to think that, Rodney is the only one, but he stays till late at night. We got Sharon, we've got all of the administrators, working very late to compile this budget for you folks. So
Great job. Thank you, guys.
So William, is it possible to get a copy of the budget for Kauai or each one of the islands to the commissioners?
You can send
Yes.
each of the.
Yeah, I think that would-
Their island's budget.
Yeah, I think that would really help and give us a better idea of how we're spending, what we're using the money for, and not to, get into their business, but I'd like to know, how things are going. And I'm sure the other commissioners would enjoy that. It would just make our budget process a lot simpler next year. Thank
Rodney
you.
has committed to that.
Thank you.
So that doesn't mean that you all fight with each other over that though, when you get those numbers. So.
Well, we just call Rodney. Thank you.
Okay, is there enough confidence in the process to date right now to feel comfortable?
Mr.
Patty?
Chair, Pauline
Oh,
Namu.
Pauline.
I missed the budget workshop on Friday, but I will be downloading all of the documents and I will have questions tomorrow.
Okay,
Thank you.
I got the gist. You want to vote on it tomorrow? Okay. So we'll
Yes.
defer agenda item H1 for decision-making until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Next order.
Hello, Commissioners.
Next order of business.
Thank you.
Next order of business is agenda item H2. Rodney? You
Yeah.
ready?
Item
Rodney needs a
number
breather. He
H2.
needs to take a breath.
It is recommended that the commission approve the transfer of the entire receipts deposited in the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund as of June 30, 2021 to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions for Rodney on H2? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing no hands, the motion carries. Let us take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and look at agenda items C2, C4, and G1. So 5-minute recess. Law Commissioners, we're back. And the next agenda item is for information only, C2. Hopefully we'll have a good enough understanding that we can take a vote on it next month.
Aloha, aloha Commissioners, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Legislative Analyst. So as part of the process that Hokule Lindsay has started in sort of looking at the different policies that the Commission has taken over the years, one of the programs are focused on is NAHASDA. And so what we try to do here is we try to group the policies by type to try and make it manageable for the Commission instead of just listing it by date. So we sort of have what I kind of grouped as 5 categories. First, we have just general program policies, and included in this packet is the actual agenda item, submittal date, and then the subject as well as the motion that the Commission approved. And then the policies themselves were uploaded on your share drive, I believe. So you should be able to have access if you want to see what those policies were adopted in the past. The second sort of category of policies is related to loans, subsidies. And again, those span from 2004 to 2017. Sometimes they refer to a specific project area. Sometimes it's an overarching policy. Then you have program policies related to home repair. And again, those programs stretch from 2000, those policies span from 2003 to 2018. And again, touch on different components in terms of looking at by area of genealogy of homestead to the types of assistance that will be provided. And then there was a program policy that was adopted in 2012 related to potential acquisition of properties. So that one policy is referenced separately. And then there was the emergency housing assistance policies that the Commission recently approved as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's sort of how we group the policies. After going over sort of this historical overview of the different NAHASDA program policies, there are 5 policies that we are submitting for the Commission, and we wanted to get it in front of you this month with the hope that next month these policies could potentially be approved unless the Commission has additional questions and would like additional time. But again, the main purpose was to get this in front of you to give you enough time to review. The first policy is a financing policy. It sort of builds off of a policy that was adopted by the Commission in September 2014, where an overall loan policy was proposed and sort of builds off of that policy. In addition to the programs that are already in place, it proposes to add a few more programs to hopefully give more flexibility in terms of providing financing options for families. The second policy is a housing counseling policy for NAHASDA assisted families. Having it be a requirement to complete housing counseling, we're finding that requiring housing counseling is a big indicator of the family's success in the program. And even with our rental assistance as an example, to my knowledge, I think we're the only ones besides the county. When you look at the counties having their own programs, to my knowledge, as far as I'm aware, we're the only one that's providing housing counseling in addition to the rental assistance. And again, it just is a resource, and the type of feedback we're getting is really positive, that it's helping families that while they may be in a difficult situation because maybe loss of hours or loss of a job because of the pandemic, it's making those types of decisions, and having a third party to have those conversations with can be very helpful in this process. So, we're getting good results from that program. There's a general admissions and occupancy policy. Again, that one builds off of a policy that was adopted in 2012, the NAHASDA income eligibility process. It's very similar, but we needed to expand it somewhat because now we do rental assistance, not just home ownership type of assistance. So we needed to be sure that some of those requirements are reflected in the policy. We are looking at a rental assistance program policy, specifically 2 types. We have project-based rental assistance, where sort of like Waimanalo Kupuna Housing, where you have a project in place and the rental assistance is tied to that specific location. So it doesn't move with the person, it stays with the location. And then you have tenant-based rental assistance where that can potentially move with the, so in the case of the emergency rental assistance we're providing, it's more tied to that individual. And that can move if they move their rental location. And then we have an emergency housing assistance program policy. Again, a lot of this is tied to what happened recently, but not specifically only tied to the COVID, but it's trying to lay out what would that program policy look like. So those are the 5 new policies that we're asking the commission to consider. And again, we wanted to give you sufficient time to review it. I realized this month you had a large number of materials that you needed to review in a short amount of time. So if you weren't able to fully go through this material, by all means, next month is when we would like to take action. But like I said, wanted to make sure you had it and you had the opportunity to review it in the meantime.
Okay, thank you, Lehua. Questions for Lehua?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you, Lehua, for your work. I wanted to ask you on question item C5. And I wanted to ask you, did DHHL purchase this property in 2012 and sell it in 2013?
To my knowledge, I am not aware that the department purchased it, but it did allow for the motion, as I understand, which is reflected on, was basically it authorized the chairman at the time. It authorized the chairman to negotiate and consummate the potential acquisition of lots in the Keola o Poka'i Bay development, Waianae, Oahu, from Central Pacific Bank or its agent and other properties should they become available in other areas. Authorize the department to amend its existing budget to include a line item for acquisition of property and performance of due diligence, and authorize the use of trust dollars or NHHBG funds for the acquisition of real properties. So as I understand it, it was authorization, but to my knowledge, I don't believe, for whatever reason, I don't know the reason, but it was never completed. But authorization was approved by the commission.
Okay, I think from my understanding, Keola o Pokai Bay Oahu, that is in Pokai Bay, that is Claudia Shea's self-help program in Waianae. And so the project has 70 lots and it was sold in 2012.
I'm not sure. We can get that
Okay.
answer for you.
Yeah, I put out all the documents on that.
Yeah, to my knowledge, we never did do the project though. If that's your question, no, we did not.
Okay,
Not
so
that I'm aware of.
why is, okay, so I guess the next question is the verbiage in here, in your statement, under what you read, it says, but not limited to it. What does that mean?
So the way it seemed like it was broad authorization, what I can tell at the time, this is when former land, I don't know if his title was actually land development, but it was when Norman Sakamoto worked here at the department. And what was going on at the time, as I understand it, is land was in what is called real estate owned. So where it goes back to the bank, it's like formerly owned land that the bank now has. And so what I understand was the intention with that was if there were opportunities to acquire lands like that that the department could then turn around and utilize to develop housing was the intent. To my knowledge, I'm not aware that it was actually exercised though, but it was an authorization that was approved by the commission at the time.
Okay, yeah. Or was it approved by the chairman and it was further action taken to the purchase of that properties?
So it was approved by the commission, but for whatever reason, I don't know why it never materialized, but to my understanding, the commission did approve this action.
When was that?
February of 2012.
Okay. So they approved the property purchase in 2012 and they sold it in 2013 to the self-help program.
No, so the commission authorize the chair to negotiate the potential acquisition. What I'm telling you is, even though the commission authorized, to my knowledge, I don't know what the reason why, the department never acquired it. So the department didn't acquire it and sell it. For whatever reason, it may have fallen through. It didn't, I don't know the background why, but I do know the commission approved it, but it never, the transaction never occurred to my knowledge.
Okay. I guess I'm not understanding that C5 item, Lehua. And so it, to me, it's just not explained properly. I don't understand that particular property, because by looking at that property, Keola o Pokai Bay o Ahu Pokai Bay, you already have 70 lots that was sold to a self-help program. And I guess my concern is that it just takes, we don't know, so it just takes away the commission's power from, you know, knowing this kind of stuff. I mean, and so I guess I'm just concerned.
So I believe in your share drive, you should have the actual submittal that was submitted to the commission. So you can look it up under there. I had created separate worksheets so you guys could actually see the submittals themselves. So you can review, just like any other submittal the commission gets, the submittal was presented, the commission approves, but for whatever reason, on the department side, I don't know why the transaction never occurred.
Okay. Oh, I don't know then.
Chair.
I guess.
Yes. Exactly.
Chair. Yeah, thank you.
I'll explain
Thank
them.
you, Lehua. You done, Patty?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Lehua, on C3, the 22 vacant lots as far as the homes are concerned, is that all fulfilled already? Those 22 lots on C3?
To my knowledge, I don't believe they are all fulfilled, but again, it's only those families who are income eligible, right? So they still have to come through to NAHASDA and have to be 80% and below area median income, right? So we'd only be able to assist those families. So whichever families still have vacant lots, I know we're still working with families in Ho'olehua who have vacant lots, and if they qualify for NAHASDA income, we do have the environmental review that was done. And we can go through the process for financing if there are any of those families still seeking assistance.
Okay, thank you. And what about the recent projects that you have, like for Camara, Dudua, and Paso Adolfo on Molokai? Is that being? Can you give me an update on those?
So basically the status on all of those, to my knowledge, I believe Camara, we're waiting on the contractor to provide necessary documents so we can get the appraisal done. Until we can get the appraisal, we aren't able to move forward. We need to know what the house can appraise for, and then we can continue with the loan documents and necessary requirements. Adolfo, to my knowledge, I believe, I'm getting Adolfo and Hawaii confused, but I think one of them definitely just completed their loan documents. I think Hawaii, we're waiting on a document to finalize the necessary loan and lease documents. But I believe Adolfo's is moving along in terms of the documents we needed to get the lease and loan documents.
Okay, and then last question. So is there any opportunities for new applicants?
There are, but again, we're trying to focus on those areas where the environmental review was already done, because it helps to expedite the process when the environmental review was completed. So I know for like Ho'olehua and Kalama'ula, there was a larger environmental review done. If it's outside of those homes, then the process just takes that much longer, as long as you're aware of that the process is lengthy when we have to still do the environmental review.
So due to the COVID-19, did you have any time to visit the island, or was somebody in your office visited Molokai since then, or how do you guys communicate?
Yes, we have a staffer who's been to Molokai, I would say at least maybe about 3 or 4 times, I think, during the pandemic, has been able to, because it's work related. So been able to get like a essential staff type of exemption to do necessary documents and processing. I think we completed the English build is completed.
Yeah, I
So
know
things,
that.
yeah, so things like that was still ongoing even during the pandemic.
Okay, thank you for the update, Lehua. Mahalo.
Thank you, Zach. Any other commissioners, questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Patty.
I'm checking all on these Dropbox. There's several Dropbox. Kedley, who would tell me what Dropbox is that, Don?
I think that,
Is that the Nahasa policy?
Nahasda policy.
Is that the one?
Yes. And
Okay.
I tried to order it by date so that way it would line up with the spreadsheet. So it should line up how it looks on the spreadsheet and how the documents are in the Dropbox.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Any other questions, comments? If not, okay, thank you, Lehua.
thank you, Lehua.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is C4.
Thank you, Lehua.
Niniao is coming to the table.
Aloha, Mr. Chairman, members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Niniao Kauai High Special Assistant, Office of the Chairman, here with just a brief update as a FYI on the centennial activities for July 9th, 2021.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's see. So I'll start with Hale Kalani Ana Ole and Hale Pono'i. The department will be hosting a small pandemic limited, or as the pandemic tier 4 or whatever tier we may be on that day, gathering to commemorate the signing of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 into law by President Warren G. Harding. You know, earlier submittals went through the history as well as the centennial resolution that this commission passed last year in March prior to the state shutting down because of the pandemic. But I also wanted to just bring to your attention that President Harding was a member of the Senate House Committee on Territories that heard the House Bill 13500, which was the first introduction of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act into the United States Congress. So I think it's really, it came full circle for President Harding that he served on that Senate committee, and then as the president elected, July 1st began his service and was able to sign the act into law on July 9th. So just wanted to bring that up. The department is also working, you know, we believe in the self-determination of our homestead associations on the respected homesteads throughout the Pai'aina. So they're being encouraged to consult with their kupuna, their cultural practitioners that reside in their area to figure out an appropriate ceremony for pili to their Aina Ho'opulapula Oiwi. And so for the commission, because neighbor island commissioners, you seem to have more freedom in your counties compared to Honolulu County. If you feel appropriate to go attend an association in your area and their ceremony or celebration on July 9th, then please do so. If not, and you'd like to come and join us here and fly with your mask, and there's no pandemic related testing anymore as long as you have your vaccination card. So let Leah know so we can begin making arrangements. Cedric and the chairman are looking for an appropriate spring in Waikiki near to where Pu'aleilani, Prince Kuhio's home where he died, who was actually the longtime home of the Queen Dowager, Queen Kapi'olani, and Prince Kuhio inherited Pu'aleilani. And if we're not able to find that special spring in Waikiki, then they will travel to Po'ipu, Kauai, where Prince Kuhio was born. And then that special spring water will be distributed disseminated to all the district offices to give out to the various homestead associations for use in a ceremony, however they design with their kupuna. And then on July 9th in Washington, DC, at the same time, we're trying to coordinate time here. Chairman Ayla has designated the deputy to the chairman, Tyler Iokepa Gomes, to be his representative at a commemoration at the US Capitol. And so there's a small contingent of representatives from the Ali'i Trusts, staff from the various federally funded Native Hawaiian programs like healthcare and education that will be also attending, with the head of the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs and some of the Royal Societies. Also, a couple of representatives are attending. And then Deputy Gomes will also be using the opportunity to visit our federal partners, especially our Department of Housing and Urban Development's Office of Native American Programs, to talk about the status of Title VIII reauthorization under NAHASDA, and then with staff at the Federal Communications Commission, which is Pili to our 2.5 gigahertz licenses, and the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the NTIA, meeting with them relating to our broadband grant application that's due September 1st of 2021.
Any questions, commissioners, for Niniao?
No, that's exciting. That's very exciting, Neil.
Program is still opening and it's still open. And of course, depending on what the COVID conditions are at the time on each island, we entrust everybody to, be responsible.
Yes, we'll practice social distancing here according to the tier of Honolulu County, and according to the invitations will be limited according to tier 4 for now. But I also wanted to add before I go, Commissioner Helm, if you could give Parker English's daughter, Patricia, my condolences on the passing of her father. I cried when I heard that a month after he moved into his house in Ho'olehua, he passed. And that was an example of, 6 years of trying to, figure out with NAHASDA how to provide him with a safe, affordable, and decent home. So I'm just, give her my condolences. I was really, really sorry to hear about his passing.
Yes, I will, Niniao, and that's my ohana. So it was a sad time when I found out what happened. So, but he had an opportunity to live for a little bit in the house, the new one. So he did. But anyway, I will pass it on to Patricia. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Niniao. Mahalo, Zach.
Mahalo.
Niniao, thank you for those snippets of historical information. I always find it really interesting. So I appreciate that. Keep it coming. I always learn something new. Thank you.
That's true. Thank you.
Mahalo. Well, one day technology will catch up and be able to, we can just project with our minds the movies that we see in our head. And if you could see the movies that I see when I read the printed congressional record, it's really exciting. So one day.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Mahalo,
Thank you.
Niniao.
Mahalo.
Okay, we're going to agenda item G1. Again, for information purposes, the Water Policy Implementation Program Report. Give us a second to bring that up.
Aloha.
Okay, and Jonathan, thanks for hanging in there with us.
Always a pleasure.
Aloha, Jonathan.
Aloha. Can I share screen, Ms. Burrows?
No.
Oh, you can run it.
I don't know who this is. The what? Who is this?
We're giving.
Can you share screen now?
I can. Good?
Okay. Well, commissioners, thanks for hanging in there with us. This is item G1, just for information only. The department's water policy plan implementation program report for the fiscal year 2021 and draft water policy plan implementation program for fiscal year 22. With me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Likeke Shoyer, who will be giving the presentation.
Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for your stamina. I know yesterday was the solstice, but maybe after your discussion today feels like the longest day of the year. But this won't take too long. Just 10 slides. And really part of it is for those of you who were perhaps not with us when the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorized the creation of and passed a water policy. The first part is just how we came to this point, and then we talk about how we're implementing it this past year and what we're proposing for the coming year. So 3 parts, talking about the development and content of the water policy plan of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, then briefly giving you a report on 2021 fiscal year activities and key goals for 2022. These are all summaries of the submittal and 3 attachments that you have presented to you. And they all really are supportive of the budgetary requests related to water from the planning office. Just briefly, the way the water policy plan and its implementation program work in the overall planning system of the department is that at the highest level, there's the general plan that the department has, which sets out broad land use categories and goals. Then there's strategic program plans and island plans at the second tier, followed by regional plans, development plans, which are then implemented through funding, legislation, and land use designation. The water policy plan is at the second tier, along with the energy plan, renewable energy plans, and other plans. It's policy statements and plans by the commission on how to implement the general plan for fulfillment of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. The plan was developed over about 2.5 years of work, and I'll talk about some of the things that were going on from that period from 2012 to 2014. First of all, we were working on the plan originally with Kaleo Manuel as acting planning program manager, acting his entire time in that role. And then later with Andrew, we were planning while doing. So we've been fighting for DHHL water rights to be recognized the entire time, but we started an active policy planning process while doing that. We began with first gathering background research on DHHL's legal rights to water, files related to DHHL water assets that were scattered not only within the department, but within other state agencies and entities, as well as we conducted a number of scoping interviews with homestead leaders around the islands, water policy leaders in the Native Hawaiian community, people like Kapua Sprout, as well as the managers and chief engineers of the various boards of water supply and other individuals. With that research in hand, we held 10 meetings across the Hawaiian Islands with beneficiary communities in 2013. 2 meetings on Hawaii Island, 3 on Oahu, and meetings on Kauai, Molokai, Maui, and Lanai, presenting what we found about the rights and responsibilities, the kuleana of the department and the commission and the beneficiaries related to water, and to listen to what key issues were. From that session of 10 meetings where we held we both got written testimony, oral testimony, we produced things called conversation maps. We identified key themes, and we took those themes and we fashioned them into a draft policy. This commission approved in February of 2014 a draft version of the policy, which we then took out to the same 10 communities for their review, comment, and ranking of priority goals. And following that, in June 2014, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved the water policy plan, which was, we believe, in the now nearly 100-year history of this act, the first time the Hawaiian Homes Commission had said, here's our key priorities for how we're going to manage our kuleana related to water. There's a number of key sections, and you have the water policy plan as the 3rd attachment to the submittal. There's a vision statement, which is directly from the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, and a mission statement, which is also there. We identified 4 key values based on beneficiary discussions of what was critical related to our Kuleana on water. There were 4 main policies on how we would address water issues in general, and almost 30 goals were articulated, 4 of which were ranked as priority goals for implementation during this first run at having a water policy plan. There was also a plan for a requirement that every year, what this is, would come to the Hawaiian Homes Commission with an implementation program, stating what we had done over the previous year to implement the program, as well as our plans for the coming year in conjunction with approval of the budget. The 4 priority goals of the plan, these are summaries of them, and you can read the specific goals that were ranked by the beneficiaries in the water policy plan itself. The first of all was to affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries about water issues, both before making major decisions as well as after making decisions. So not just only coming to the beneficiaries when there's a crisis, but doing so on a regular and annual and regional basis. The second, and this has been a key area of our work, to aggressively advocate for the rights of the commission, the beneficiaries, and the department to water before all relevant agencies and entities. The third was to create, and we have made progress on the path to creating a water assets inventory, or a Y. You can't manage what you don't know you have. So for instance, until last year, we didn't have a cultural water assets inventory categorizing and commemorating the different cultural knowledge about water on our different INA. And finally, there was a beneficiary ranked high goal for lands. But when those lands are Mauka of our communities, with the recognition that we have all intentions to be in these places forever, that we need to take care of the water sources that will continue to provide water to our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. So what happened during the last year of implementation during COVID? The first and most significant is that we have submitted a water use permit application and had it accepted as complete by the Water Commission for our wells in Kuala Pu'u, Molokai. And as of this date, no entity has objected to our application. Nobody met the legally identified deadlines for objecting to our application. So we expect the Water Commission might take action on this in July. And if they do issue it to us, it will actually be the fulfillment of something that this commission and department has been seeking on Molokai since 1992. To have its water, full water allocation from its Ku'uluwai wells. Tomorrow, you will hear from the planning department update on an environmental assessment for the settlement of our lands at Honokowai, Maui. Sorry, I'm getting a little echo. Somebody has their speaker on, unfortunately. On Honokowai, Maui, from the Water Commission, we received a surface water reservation of 2 million gallons a day from Honoko House Stream. One of the only surface water reservations we've had. This water is essential to the settlement and agricultural development of our lands at Honokowai, and it's particularly notable. We did so with the clear support of Native Hawaiian kalo farmers and residents in the Honoko Hau Valley, where this water is coming from. So they successfully, at that same action, secured a restoration of water that they've been seeking for over a century, but they actually came shoulder to shoulder with us and said, we also want, in the context of our getting some water back to our streams, to make sure that DHHL and its future beneficiaries on that INA at Honokowai also have water. We made significant legislative progress this year, getting one bill all the way from the House to from the Senate to the House that would make a significant dent in having the counties recognize our water rights and their obligations to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and the beneficiaries. And we've also made some progress on developing water sources in North Kona, though there's more to do on that. For fiscal year, excuse me, that should say 2022, for the next fiscal year, we intend to do continued trainings, including a few in partnership with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, targeted trainings to the county boards of water supply on the particular rights that the department and beneficiaries have to water. Continue our advocacy to try and increase the amount of revenue that's derived from state water leases under HRS 17158 that go into the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund. We're going to try and seek and hopefully come close to completing all our needed reservations of water for all our lands in the state. We'll continue our work to monitor actions of other agencies, particularly the Water Commission, the Board of Land and Natural Resources, and county boards of water supply. Because it's the first year of a 2-year legislative session, we want to see if we can make progress on the bills that you had previously introduced. We're going to continue work on water source development with a particular focus on North Kona. In the budget, and I know you've already gone over this some, there's funds that are requested. These are all subject to your approval, of course, for continuing training partnership with Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law for water source development, again, primarily in North Kona. For $400,000 is being requested to develop an asset management plan for the water system, the DHHL water system at Ho'olehua, and then additional funds to fund support for overall implementation of the water policy plan implementation program, which is a total of $1.13 million. The $400,000, I should note, that was originally $200,000, I understand, was allocated last year, but had to be diverted by the Office of the Chairman to telecommunications priorities that the department had. So it's one of the reasons why this is a slightly higher budget request than previous years. All of this, again, is subject to your approval. That's the entirety of the presentation. And I and, of course, Andrew are happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Chair.
Go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, this is quite, thanks, Jonathan and Andrew. Jonathan, regarding the request for the reservation for water, for the additional water from Molokai, when do you anticipate to hear from the State Water Resource Commission?
Okay, so there's a lot going on Molokai right now. So we have our water use permit application, and we hope for action by that next month by the Water Commission. And that would be to increase the amount of our permitted withdrawal from our 2 existing wells. In a separate matter, and you've also attended beneficiary consultation on this, we're seeking additional reservations of water for Ualapu'e and other communities. We had intended to come this month to you with a beneficiary consultation report on that program, on that matter, but we had to push it back till July. So in July, we'll come to you with a beneficiary consultation report on seeking additional groundwater reservations on Molokai. If you approve the recommendation, we will take that to the Commission on Water Resources Management. And because it's a designated water management area, that would begin a public rulemaking process.
Thank you, Jonathan.
You're welcome.
Other commissioners?
Chair, this is Dennis.
Yes, go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan, for your presentation. Is it possible to get information for Kauai of different water issues that are going on with Kauai? I know we have we're looking at Pool Pai, we're looking at the hydroelectric plant, we're looking at the Kuleana in Anahola, we're looking at non-potable water at this point. But I'd like to see what issues are being addressed in Kauai, so I can just sort of stay on top of it and communicate with you or Andrew on different issues that may come up. I know we had a real good meeting with several beneficiaries that I either worked for the old plantation. We took like about 15 people out and looked at a bunch of issues out there, and it helped us make some determinations on some of the things we want to do and gave us some good knowledge. So I just like to stay on top of those water issues. If I could get, a by island report. I don't know if we have that for each island, but at least for Kauai, I'd like to have that information.
Aloha, Commissioner. Thank you for that request. In a pre-COVID world, the planning office used to give updates on water issues related to each island. we want to return to that practice. So I believe Kauai normally meets in around the August or September timeframe. So at that time, we will come back to you folks with with a Kauai water issues update.
Very good. Thank you.
If I may add, Chair.
Sure.
And to Commissioner Nevis, it's worth noting that for the Pu'opai project, which is working to implement the Waimea River settlement, provide water to our lands through a reservation there, as well as work with KIUC on a pumped storage hydroelectric project. We're anticipating that sometime soon, a draft environmental assessment will be issued by KIUC and AES, and that would probably be the next most significant thing that's going to be moving forward on that project. And I can't, of all the things we've done from one end of the archipelago to the other, it's one of the ones where if this goes through successfully, we're going to get water onto these lands that were some of the original lands set aside in 1921, yet have remained unavailable to our beneficiaries by and large that entire time. And we'll do so with revenue and with infrastructure in place. So hopefully we'll see what job the KIUC and AES does on the environmental assessment and how other stakeholders react to it.
Very good. Thank you, Jonathan.
Other questions, commissioners? Go ahead, Russell.
Jonathan, one of your last slides was a budget slide. And then I just want to ask Andrew, the process, so that gets submitted through you and then up through into the budget that we're all looking at today?
That's correct. I might point out that the numbers between what was presented today and what was in the presentation by Rodney and Joby might have changed a little bit because they have the overall view of the entire department's budget. So they might have made a little bit of a change to the actual numbers. But what I did look for was that these initiatives were funded at least in part. So there might be a slight discrepancy between the exact numbers in the PowerPoint and what Rodney and Joby submitted. But all of those items from the last I saw were included in the department's budget, if not entirely, at least partially.
And then Jonathan, your budget number was just for our information. You weren't lobbying for your budget or trying to.
No, so the specific requirement that we come to you with an implementation program every year came from the commissioners themselves. When we gave the draft water policy plan to the commission, Commissioner Commissioner Ka'apu was like, you know what? We don't basically, this is not what he said, but we don't want you guys just running off doing your thing and never coming back talking to us. We want you to come to us beforehand. So it's been a really good discipline. So all it is our proposal, and it's supposed to reflect, I get the numbers from Andrew, it's supposed to reflect what's planned, but it really is your continued discretion and your leadership as the chair, as the commission on how we implement this program.
Got it. Thank you. Good job on the report.
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo, Russell. Any other questions? Okay.
I would just add to all of the commissioners, not only your thanks, but we list tangible accomplishments. The intangibles are that the Water Commission now doesn't make major decisions on water until they actually turn and they say, like, hey, wait, how is this going to affect the department? And that was not happening in 2012 all the time. There's other ways in which the presence and the influence of the commission on water issues around the islands has increased. And I think that's only going to lead on the long term for meaningful benefits to our beneficiaries across the island. So thank you so much for that continued leadership.
Thank you, Jonathan. Very informative. Always appreciate your manaho. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Aloha.
Jonathan, thank you, Jonathan.
Mahalo, Jonathan and Andrew. Have a good afternoon.
Aloha, Jonathan.
Hi, Padme.
Okay, commissioners, that brings us to the end of today's agenda.
Ooh.
We will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And please take your time to take a look at the additional information on the budget that you have, along with the explanation that was provided today by both Rodney and Joby, in the context in which we ask you to review those numbers. So with that, if there are no other questions, we will recess until tomorrow. Okay, thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.